Well, welcome back, and it's the biggest grid of the day. It's the Siltec Safety Fiesta Z-Tech Championship. 80 brake horsepower as all these cars have, and they're probably some of the cheapest cars in the paddock as well. Great racing in them, some very experienced drivers and some brand new raw novices. In fact, some drivers on the grid having their first ever race today. Luke Kilmartin in the N6 Delhi and Tire Brigade car. They're in 26th place, first ever race. Emma Dempsey rejoining. I think she did one race with us before. She's in 24th, but Andy Kavanagh's on pole position in the Miles Plus car. He's getting ready to go. The 5-second board is up. James Byrne, the novice, alongside him, 66. He's leading the rookie championship, but he's on the front row of the grid, and he gets a great start. He's got the nose ahead of Andy Kavanagh as they head away under the BMW bridge. Just look at all these cars, over 30 cars on the grid. Great stuff. And it's James Byrne who leads. He's a rookie, year one. Andy Kavanagh locks up, and into the side of him, the Dent Magic car gets a little bit of help there. Goes a bit wide, but hangs onto it nicely. Mick Keogh and all the rest. Cole McLaughlin going through. Laura Hannon in the Digital Motorsport car. James Byrne's hung on, but Andy Kavanagh sat around the outside of him. But Byrne just pulls away there on the run to turn 3, and he leads in the Dent Magic car. Michael Barrable third place, and getting hit from Alan Dawson, that is, straight into the back of Michael Barrable, and that allows Jack Byrne down the inside. Barrable's car unsettled, lucky to hang on to it there at the first apex of turn 3. Not a nice place to get contact, but they're coming back towards us again. Keith Rabbit in there too in the Rapco car. Great stuff from Keith Rabbit, hasn't been out lately. Jack Byrne in the red car with the black bonnet there. He's been doing so well in the UK, winning loads of rookie awards and right on the pace. Ulick Burke in there too, and Burke round the outside of Alan Dawson and gets up the inside for the second bit of the S's. So Sonic 66, it's James Byrne leads. There's Keith Dawson in the middle of this as well. Ian Fishburne in the Murray Motorsport car. Michael Barrable up the inside of Andy Kavanagh for second place. Michael Barrable needs points here to win this championship. Look at Alan Dawson on the outside, getting alongside Keith Rabbit, but Jack Byrne on the inside of that one as well. Mcgovern in there too. Great battles all the way down the field, and sawing at the wheel there is James Byrne, who leads overall. And Dawson sideways there. Keith Rabbit getting by him again on the run to Campion Corner. Oh, Barrable is up to second place, but he gets help from Andy Kavanagh. He's trying to close the door. He backs out of it. That could have been very, very nasty. Andy Kavanagh certainly wasn't lifting off on that one. Barrable deciding discretion is the better part of valour. I've got a championship to win here, and Tuck's in behind him once again. So James Byrne, who's leading, in fact, he's won the rookie championship. This will seal it for him, of course. It's great to see a rookie up there with the big boys. This is fantastic stuff. James Byrne has been absolutely superb in this class all year. Not only has he presented his car superbly, he has driven so well, and to see him leading a race overall is absolutely incredible stuff. Great, but there's serious talent in this grid. If you look back to them, Ulick Burke there, Irish Touring Car champion, has won loads of races in STs and in Z-Techs. James Byrne doesn't even block. He's perfectly confident there as he comes up to that final corner, Southside Motor Factors. Andy Kavanagh in second. Barrable looking very racy in third place. We're on board now. This is great stuff. This is Phil Lawless, the Mondello Park man. We're live on board. We were going to try this earlier in the season. We couldn't get it running. This is fantastic stuff from See It Live. We are live on board with Phil Lawless down into Max's corner, down into second gear now in these cars. Stand on the loud pedal and you change gear here almost as you change direction. Watch Phil reaching for third gear. There he goes as he goes inside that curb. Flat in third gear out to the exit of Campion Corner, named after John Campion. Still flat out third gear all the way down here. A little bit of a lift that some of them don't even brake. Watch the brake lights. Alan Dawson touches the brakes. Our man doesn't, and down to second gear now, trying to get the back of the car moving around to get turned in. Fantastic onboard coverage there from Phil Lawless. So here they come back towards us again. Phil Lawless with Rob Barrable right behind him, but out front it's the incredible James Byrne. Fastest lap to James Byrne as well, 1:11.7 last time round. Ulick Burke looking to get by James Byrne. Then it's Keith Dawson. No, it's Keith Rabbit, I should say. Then Keith Dawson, Alan Dawson, all the rest coming through. That's our cameraman next up. And now James Byrne goes a bit defensive as Andy Kavanagh in the Miles car gets a bit closer. Barrable always gets a great run out of the final corner. He tries to get up the inside. Kavanagh sees it coming and closes the door. This is great Z-Tech racing here. Neil Murphy from Siltec Safety is here as ever. He'll be loving this one as they head down the main straight. But James Byrne, absolutely fantastic stuff. He's a product of this class. He came in as a raw novice. He's won the rookie championship, but now leading this race overall. Incredible stuff from James Byrne. Everyone else streaming through, they're all staying away from each other so far. I always hate saying that, touch wood, but they're being well behaved at the moment. They're so evenly matched, these cars. Mick Keogh was, I think, 20th on the grid, and he was less than a second off pole position, 0.9 off pole position. That just shows you how equally matched these cars are now. And the first three absolutely together. Jack Byrne is still holding back Ulick Burke there in 4th place. I'm sure he thinks if he could get up to those top 3, he could have a go. Jack Byrne, a highly talented young driver from Wexford, races in the Mini Challenge in the UK. That's him just locking the inside back wheel coming down into the S's. Then Ulick Burke, Keith Rabbit, Keith Dawson, Alan Dawson, Phil Lawless, Rob Barrable. On board again, Phil Lawless, there's that gear change into 3rd. This is completely flat out now, right out to the outside. Heading up towards the final corner, as late as he can on the brakes. He's defending there, I think, as opposed to, he is indeed, that's Rob Barrable behind him, that's why he turned in. Barrable was taking a stab up the inside of him, I could see it out the window, but we're live on board with him again out onto the main straight, and here they come by us. This time Barrable with a big effort, he's gone down the outside, he's got that traction out of the final corner. Can he sit round the outside here and be on the inside for Campion Corner? That's what he's going to try and do, but Andy Kavanagh very late on the brakes and hangs on to that 2nd place. That brings Jack Byrne right up onto Barrable's tail as Richie Byrne goes around. Oh, and a couple of novices. I think that's Mick Keogh in there as well. They should be fine. They'll all get away. They're driving away. There's Emma Dempsey coming around them. And indeed, Luke Kilmartin, our newbie in his first race, having plenty of excitement. He was having great fun here testing yesterday. Really delighted with it. Hadn't tried this stuff before. He's Ulick Burke helping him. Ulick Burke right up there too in 5th place. Then Keith Dawson right with, or Keith Dawson, I keep saying it's Keith Rabbit, excuse me, in the Rapco car. In 6th place. But James Byrne, he's driving like a pro here, isn't he? He's not rattled at all. Andy Kavanagh, Michael Barrable. Oh, Barrable getting a bit of help. Was that a missed gear? I suspect it was. I don't think that was intentionally slowed suddenly. He must have missed 3rd gear there. James Byrne getting the car singing like he's got the brakes wound to the back. You can't do that in a Fiesta, but certainly the car moving around on the brakes quite a lot. And Andy Kavanagh, has he unsettled him? I think he has for the lead. Andy Kavanagh up the inside. James Byrne hasn't closed the door, but he's still ahead. He eases back across in front of him as they go under the bridge. We've said it before, James Byrne really is driving like a pro here. Kavanagh goes back to the outside, has a look down the outside. Here's our man Phil Lawless in the thick of it. That's Alan Dawson right in front of him. And just in front of that again is, who's that, Jack Byrne? Oh, Phil Lawless up the inside of Alan Dawson. They're side by side through Campion Corner. Dawson on the right, Phil Lawless on the left. Now we are side by side. We're heading for the outside of turn 3. Brave stuff if you can sit round the outside there. We haven't got slicks, we haven't got race suspension, but Lawless goes right round the outside. Brave stuff from Phil Lawless and gets the job done. And we were on board. That's the best onboard footage I've seen from Mondello Park for a long, long time. That's what it's like, ladies and gents, if you sit around the outside of somebody at turn 3. A cracking move round the outside of Alan Dawson, gets it turned in and takes that place. Absolutely fantastic stuff from Phil Lawless there with the onboard camera. So James Byrne still leads this one out front. Then it's Kavanagh. It's beginning to pile up the pressure, I think, behind him. He defends this time heavily. Alan Dawson going very slowly in the background. James Byrne with a good exit this time. Kavanagh trying to get up the inside, but Byrne looks, he knows exactly what he's doing. He's progressed really well this year, and to be right up the front, as we said, very impressive stuff. See that Barrable thinking of a look down the outside of Andy Kavanagh, but had a look in the mirror, and there was Keith Rabbit, so he didn't want to leave the door open, so he stays in behind Andy Kavanagh. This third place will do Barrable to move him even closer to the championship. Alan Dawson has come into the pits. One of our championship contenders has come into the pits and back into the paddock. Oh, something's changed. Michael Barrable leads. Michael Barrable leads. Whatever happened there at Campion Corner, Barrable leads. Keith Rabbit round the outside looking for 2nd place, and I think he's done it. Well, it's the day forward. Oh, Andy Kavanagh down the inside into the quarter panel of James Byrne, up onto 2 wheels and drives him wide. James Byrne not happy with that at all, and just getting driven out wide by Andy Kavanagh there at turn 3. James Byrne comes back at him now in 3rd gear, down towards the S's, and Byrne will surely take it back here. And Phil Lawless getting a grandstand view of all this. Great stuff for Phil Lawless, and that's Keith Dawson now with the rear bumper gone on the A1 Tiles and Bathrooms car. But Michael Barrable leads. This is incredible stuff. I'm not sure how that happened, but it did. And they're all having a go on the brakes up into Southside Motor Factory's corner now. Ulick Burke having a look at Andy Kavanagh. This is great saloon car racing from Mondello Park. 30 cars on the grid. Michael Barrable looks like he's heading for the first ever back-to-back Fiesta Z-Tech Championship. Nobody's ever managed 2 back-to-back before. He's looking very strong for it at the moment, but never count your chickens in Fiestas until the checkered flag is waved. Here they come down into Max's corner. That's Rob Barrable trying to sit around the outside. Ian Fishburne with him. And who's next on our shopping list? It's Ulick Burke. How are you, Ulick? Phil Lawless grabs 3rd gear in over the inside curb. Phil works for Mondello during the week. And 2 red cars, they're absolutely together. That is in fact Jack Byrne getting around the outside and down the inside of Phil Lawless. Can Phil sit down the outside? He could get stuck out here NASCAR style because there's a train of cars on his right, but he's so late on the brakes down into the 2nd bit there. But he's pushed wide by Jack Byrne. Jack Byrne instructs in the school, or maybe used to instruct in the school. Phil Lawless has a look at the roster tomorrow morning. Barrable's there now. Phil Lawless going to have to go back at him down into the S's. Barrable on the outside, though Lawless on the inside, but Barrable will be well able to sit around the outside there. Rob Barrable, hugely talented and experienced. I think he's still there on the right, or has Phil managed to sit around the outside of him? Phil does have him. Good stuff from Lawless. He's on form today. Keith Rabbit looking so good here, isn't he? In the Rapco car, number 27. Just decided to put a late entry and didn't test. I put his entry in yesterday morning, would you believe? And he's up to second place. Always great entertainment when Keith Rabbit is out. Great to see it. James Byrne back to third place. Three of best there on the main straight. A big lock-up from Barrable, a little bit of help from Keith Rabbit down into turn one. There's Keith Dawson in the wars now, and he's a championship contender as well. The wing mirror hanging off that car. Phil Lawless really having to work hard here. Again, he grabs the third gear as they go in over that inside curb. Can't go to the exit curb, so there's somebody on our right. There must be. That's the lead battle. That's 22. Michael Barrable and 27. Keith Rabbit in the Rapco car. Then it's James Byrne still going well. Then it's Andy Kavanagh, Ulick Burke, Jack Byrne, Keith Dawson, Phil Lawless, Ian Fishburne, Eduardo Gonzaga in there too. Another one of the rookie drivers who's going so well this year, our Brazilian driver. That's James Byrne in the centre of the screen, the rookie champion elect, going superbly. But Keith Dawson looking very good here, and Michael Barrable sees it as well and has to defend. No gap down the inside. Yeah, Keith Rabbit has a good look. That will slow them down slightly though. Oh, and Andy Kavanagh down the... Oh, well, a little bit physical on the exit there, I think. James Byrne not happy. He's waving his fist in the car there, and really that was a little bit physical. He was sent wide. It's cost him 2 places. Here comes Keith Rabbit again down the outside. The order now: Michael Barrable, Keith Rabbit, Andy Kavanagh, Ulick Burke, James Byrne, Jack Byrne, Keith Dawson, Phil Lawless, Ian Fishburne, and Rob Barrable rounding out the top 10. This is great stuff. That's Mcgovern, I think that is Sean Mcgovern. That is, went so well here the last time. And Keith Dawson's got down the outside of Barrable and Campion. He looks like he's going to be able to. He is going to be able to keep the shoe in down into turn 3. That's good stuff from him. Barrable slightly wrong-footed out of Max's corner and just carrying the speed through Campion and around the outside, something you can do in these little fiestas. Keith Dawson now leads from Michael Barrable, James Byrne, somebody off on the outside. It's Andy Kavanagh. Andy Kavanagh. Oh, Barrable slowing. There's a problem for Barrable. This is Barrable in big trouble. This could be championship ramifications here. Michael Barrable leading the championship, remember, coming into this one. But he's slowing right down. So Barrable champion elect now, not this group coming through the next one. Here we are. He's back up to speed, is he? Down to second gear. Let's keep an eye on this. These two are championship contenders side by side. Keith Dawson and Michael Barrable now coming out onto Main Street. These two cars are going for the 2022 championship. Keith Dawson on the right, Michael Barrable on the left. Phil Lawless doesn't care who's going for the championship. He gets alongside the two of them. Barrable obviously in some spot of bother. He's lacking in straight line speed. Lawless isn't, and he's down the inside. Fishburne comes with him. Barrable driven wide, but crucially takes Keith Dawson wide with him and holds him back. That's the man he's got to worry about. Here comes Rob Barrable. Hang on, Dad, I'll give you a hand. Rob Barrable right in the middle of this one too, and the Murray Motorsport car. Barrable gets alongside Keith Dawson on the run to turn 3. They've all got their calculators out for the championship points. Rob Barrable right onto his dad's back bumper once again, and should be able to play rear gunner here. Incredible excitement. This is the best race of the day so far. The Siltec Safety Fiesta is giving us great entertainment. Let's not forget that Keith Rabbit is leading this one and leading it beautifully out front. But this is the man we've got to watch for the championship. Michael Barrable. Keith Dawson looks down the inside of Rob Barrable. Rob just closes the door almost. Absolutely together as they grab third gear and up the hill, and again Keith Dawson with another run. Keith Dawson hugely experienced as well, plenty of talent. He's won in many different classes, globals, he's won in strikers and many different cars. As we said, he's very quick. He has the new lap record from the last race meeting here, driving Alan Dawson's car when he took a strong win in race 1. Eduardo Gonzaga joining in now, and he gets the run on Dawson as they go by. 92. Eduardo Gonzaga with the Ayrton Senna logo on that car, celebrating 40 years since Ayrton Senna won at Mondello Park, and he's thinking of a look down the inside. He gets the nose down the inside. Great stuff from Gonzaga. The rookies have really learnt their trade this year. Can he sit around the outside of Dawson? I don't think so. Going to be close. Well, take a breath here. That's Phil Lawless, our man, with Ian Fishburne in the Murray Motorsport car behind him. They were on board again with Lawless down through the double apex corner, dab of opposite lock as he gets off the power, and then it's down to second, standing on the power and using all the track on the way out. And Michael Barrable's still there, but Rob Barrable behind him and holding Keith Dawson back, although Keith Dawson doesn't look like maybe he's knocked the track in out or something as well. Fishburne and Barrable side by side down into the S's. Fishburne just about hanging on, or is he? He is. Michael Barrable checks the mirrors, but Rob is behind him. So here comes Keith Dawson. Well, there'll be celebrations tonight if Keith Dawson can take a win here. He got a really good win in Bishop's Court early in the year. He's got great racecraft. He really enjoys his racing. If you see him in the paddock, he's so animated, arms in the air, talking about it, telling everybody. He just loves this racing so much. He's opened a new company, Rapco, recently, and he has wrapped a lot of these Fiestas as well, a lot of other race cars around the paddock. We always talk about it, the people that do the graphics on the race cars, they make them look so well. And there's a few of them will need to be wrapped again after this, I think, maybe. But there goes Fishburne through. Then Barrable. Barrable is back to 7th place in this one. But crucially, his other fastest lap for Phil Lawless just coming up on the screen there. Lawless. Fastest lap for him, a 1:11 dead. That's a quick lap time for Phil Lawless. Here we are. Do you want to see how to do a 1:11 dead? Well, here we go. Down to second gear again. Gets it turned in. He doesn't look smooth. He looks like he manhandles them. I think you have to do that a little bit with these Z-Tech Fiestas. They're overtired, and I don't mean they've had too much sleep. They've got a lot of grip. Probably some people say too much from these Yokohama tires. That's how the racing is so good. You can sit around the outside of people where you couldn't normally. As a result, to get the last couple of tenths of a second out of them, you have to kind of grab them by the scruff of the neck a little bit and hustle them around. So after getting the fastest lap of the race, it was great to ride on board with Phil Lawless. And in fact, Martin from See It Live and his team have been saying they're going to test this out, but it didn't work too well the first time we tried it, but they've been working hard on this behind the scenes, and that was fantastic footage. I don't think I've seen on board before. We sat around the outside of somebody at turn 3. Great to see it. Thanks, Phil, and thanks, See It Live. So there's a really good scrutiny team, technical team for this class, and all those cars will be checked within an inch of their lives, and that's why we get such close racing. They use a speed gun, a radar speed gun on the main straight to check these cars during qualifying in the morning. And they'll inspect any car if it's clearly quicker than all the rest, but generally they're all within about 2 kilometres per hour on the main straight, which is great stuff. So well done to everybody involved in that class, to the competitors for great racing. We've one race to go, but all year the racing has been fantastic in that class, and it looked like Michael Barber was going to ease home to a win and put his hands on the championship, but if you were to write a script, it wouldn't be any better than that. Keith Rabbit on his return to the series takes a win. Jack Byrne, who's been racing in the UK and doing so well in the minis, is 2nd place. Ulick Burke on his return to the series in 3rd place. The top rookie, James Byrne, in 4th. The onboard man that we were sitting with, Phil Lawless, at 5th. Ian Fishburne will be delighted to be back in the standings again, because he's had terrible trouble with his own car all year. So Fishburne in 6th. Rob Barrable and Michael Barrable 8th and 7th respectively. Keith Dawson in 9th and Eduardo Gonzaga in 10th. So Boss Ireland next out, Formula Boss Ireland, and Sylvie Mullins got under the magic 50-second bracket and did a 49.986 this morning in his gold GR37 4-litre Judd Formula 1 engine machine in Red Bull colours, number 31. He will start this race from pole position. Sylvie, a very, very accomplished hill climber and a pretty accomplished racing driver from his last few years in this class, always goes really well. And off down at turn 1 is Eamon Matheson in the Jade. And red flag being waved already, so there will be a delay for this one. Whatever happened there, looks like it must have locked their ears and sent him off. It's unusual, very experienced driver as well. So Sylvie Mullins on pole position, and but only just by a tenth of a second from Tony Greenan, who's come on in leaps and bounds, very quick driver, and he's battling for the championship with Aaron Gaughran, and they're both in Dallara F3 cars, but Greenan is 3/10 quicker this morning in qualifying. Then Michael Roach, who's put a massive back wing on his car, to change the complete look of that car, and he's fourth on the grid from Noel Robinson, our Northern Ireland visitor, went so well here in wet conditions last week. Then Jonathan Files, probably the most spectacular driver on the grid in the ungainly Formula 3000 chassis car. It's a Lola T9650, 3.5 litre. Jonathan drives that car on the edge all the time, but I think certainly on the national circuit you won't be able to have a go at these F3 cars, even with Jonathan Files on board. Jonathan carries the Martini lookalike colours in honour of his dad, his late dad, Ken Files, who used those colours on his Formula Atlantic, his Ralt RT4 that he used in this class so effectively. Then it's Eamon Matheson, who we don't have. He's showing us being in the pits on our timing screen, but actually he's down at turn 1 on the grass, and the teleporter is going to have to be used to remove that car there, but they're already down there. Great job as ever by the track team. Then it's Tom Gaughran, and then it is Mark Reed. Do we have Mark Reed on the grid? We do. And then it's we do have Mark Reed on the grid. I think it looks like Gary Graham alongside him, but he's not showing my timing screen at all in the Jordan liveried Formula Renault. Getting ready to go now with one more warm-up lap of the race. Just took a few minutes to get that car back in. Great shot from the back of the grid here. Lost Ireland cars. Files people are staying with him. Some problem. There's an animated discussion in the centre of your screen there with Jonathan Files. It's Bob Copeland with him, actually a former very successful saloon car racer. Good buddies with Jonathan Files. Looks like they're going to have to push start Files' car for this green flag lap. It's got to be tough on the nerves for Jonathan. Oh, they pushed the car off the track. Looks like it. That's such a shame. We always love to see Jonathan Files. You add Files to a race and you add excitement to that race. So shame if he doesn't get going. Maybe they're going to try again. Hopefully, I don't see him getting out. So maybe they're going to let the cars go on them. Oh, it looks like they're pushing the car off. It's such a shame, and it brings us down to just 8 cars, is it? 8 cars is all we have now on the Boss Ireland grid. Doesn't mean there won't be action though. Top 4 should be close. Top 5 should be closely matched. Got a negotiation going on. There's no sign of Jonathan Files getting out of the car. He wants a push. I'm sure Jonathan is convinced he could give that car a push at the start. Officials giving him all the time they can. No, I think that's it. The officials are going to say you're going to have to push the car in. That's a shame. They did give him a good chance to get that car going, but it doesn't look like it's going to happen. And in fact, the towing unit just been reversed in front. That's such a shame. It really is. Being hooked up there by Barry Swan and John Rock. Nothing the pit crew can do. They're just coming back to the pit lane. No doubt Jonathan will try and pop the clutch and start it as soon as he tow him off the tarmac, but I think he's being towed back to the paddock. So let's see. He goes. So the driver's been given the start engines motioned by the starter. Out there, get that car fixed for race 2, but meanwhile it looks like they're heading in the back gate of the paddock as they peel off there at Campion Corner. So we should be ready to release the rest of the cars on a warm-up lap, a single warm-up lap, and then they will come back down. There's the green flags, not the race. All trying to get a bit of heat into their tyres now. Great sound effects as they head down towards first corner. As we said, there may be just 8 cars in this one, but we can expect some good battles. So Sylvie Mullins it is, a beautiful Red Bull liveried car. So it's a hill climb car, a Gould GR37. It's been modified heavily by Sylvie and developed over the last few years in this class. Always looking for more power, more grip. That front wing he has on there, I think it's ex-Williams Formula 1 front wing that he tried, and it just transformed the car about a year ago here at Mondello, and that dipped him into the 49s. Because the lap record here was 50.2 for a long time. And Cian Carey has it at the moment, even quicker again. The outright lap record now 49.2. A really good driver and a really good car on a perfect day. But to get under the 50-second barrier is very unusual at Mondello Park, and Sylvie managed to do it this morning. So 2 warm-up laps they seem to be getting. Gary Graham has retired, or well, it certainly has gone back into the pits. We're down to 7 cars now. So there he is, Formula Renault. Mick Roach with that new back wing on the car. Certainly not an F3 back wing. There's a better shot of Gary Graham. That's Conor Farrell helping him out there. Certainly some sort of a problem with the car. Come up this outside Motor Factory's corner. Race being reduced now to 12 minutes. Tony Greenan lighting up the back tires of the car and just floating the rear around there, getting a bit of heat into those rear tires, and looking for the traction off the line. As they come down to make up the front row, Sylvie Mullins on the left. At Mondello recently with his son Luca, who's was testing a junior mini, and apparently he's been getting quite quick. He's been driving the car in Tina out the west. They're from the west, and it's been going well. He was certainly very quick down here in the mini, so like father, like son. 5-second board is up, the red lights are on, they're out, and away they go. And it's Mick Roach, I think, from the outside of the front row, possibly. It is Mick Roach down the outside of everybody. Maybe the back wing worked off the line, but that was a cracking start from Mick Roach. And Noel Robinson all the way to the back. For some reason, a bad start for Noel Robinson. Mark Reed muscles his way by and has a look around the outside. Mark Reed trying to go around the outside of Tom Cochran, I think that is. Mark Reed was never short of commitment and going nicely in the little lee stone there. But yeah, Sylvie Mullins in second place. Mick Roach it is leading from Sylvie Mullins. Then it's Tony Greenan. Look at Reed, he'll be loving this one. If he can hold back the F3 car for a lap or so. The little Leastone 1000, beautiful little cars built locally here by Paul Heavey. Leastone just up the road actually, near Robertstown. Very successful V chassis maker. They've been campaigning these cars in monoposto in the UK and sometimes around Europe. Having a look up the inside of Tom Cochran, possibly he'll surely get blown away in a straight line. Mick Roach with a great first lap and leading by almost a second as he crosses the line from Mullins, Greenan, Cochran, Tom Cochran, Mark Reed and Noel Robinson. F3 car is just getting up to temperature there, and the F3 car, Noel Robinson, just easing by the Leastone, just a 1 litre car of Mark Reed there. These F3 cars are very quick around Mondello Park, as we've seen this year. Mick Roach driving away. Certainly they're all getting their tyres up to temperature. Mick Roach on the edge. He's always full of commitment. We haven't seen this from him before. It's great to see. Obviously they've done a lot of work on that car, and that big back wing must be working. You can see the other two F3 cars there behind Sylvie. You've got little small back wings and a big wide back wing on the leader's car, 46. Sylvie Mullins perhaps a little bit closer. Let's see if he stays within a second of him. I'm not so sure. Sylvie hangs out the tail on the way out of south side. No, gap out to 1.4 seconds. Fastest lap to Michael Roach, 51.6. Nobody near him. 52.1 for Sylvie, 52 dead for Tony Greenan, and 52 dead for Aaron Cochrane. So the two F3 cars behind Sylvie, a little bit quicker than him, but I think Sylvie's car might take a little bit more time to get the tyres up to temperature. The F3s are so quick down through that first bit of turn 3. And motor right up to Sylvie, who gets a little bit of understeer at the second bit. But again, we're early on in this race. Still 9 minutes 43 to go, and this one has been shortened to 12 minutes from 15 because of the delays at the start. There'll probably be a little bit of that today because we don't have the last race until 5:45. Roach looking great here. Oh, big dive up the inside from Cochrane, covered by Green. And then, of course, there are championship implications here with those two. They won't want to sit behind Sylvie. That's exactly what they're doing. But the F1 engine of Sylvie's car just drives away from the two F3 cars. And again, Greenan has to go defensive to hold back Aaron Cochrane. So Greenan really will be having hard work here. He's got to try and get by Sylvie, but he's also got to keep one eye on the mirrors. He does not want to let that car of Aaron Cochrane get through. Two relatively new names to us, both really quick, and they've driven superbly all year. And it looks like one of these two will be champion as they come down, flames spitting from the back of the Vodafone McLaren liveried car of Aaron Cochrane there. That chrome bodywork looks really, really good as the boss cars come down towards the main arena again. All this allowing Michael Roach to just blast away up front. Absolutely dominant performance. Big look down the inside, but Sylvie has that covered. They can't do it in a straight line, we know that. Still quicker, Mick Roach, at the gap out to 2.8. That's Gary Graham has just joined there, right in front of the leaders. Here we go with turn 2. The leaders got by, but certainly the battle for second is going to have to get by Gary Graham on the way to turn 3. Oh, good driving by Gary Graham. Watching the mirrors, goes over to the left and lifts off and lets those 3 cars by. Could have been nasty had he not seen them, but Gary Graham using his years of experience there and just letting those 3 cars blast by. But Mick Roach, look at the lead he has. This is great stuff. Michael Roach in the Dallara F306, a 2-litre engine in that car, and he was leading by 2.8 seconds at the end of the last lap. He's got fastest lap. He's led from lap 1. These guys aren't really having a stab at Sylvie so much as having a go at each other. That was a big look from Aaron Cochrane. Tries to get up the inside on the exit here. I think he might have done it. He certainly almost got alongside. He's on the inside, but no. Look at the difference in the straight line speed. Sylvie Mullins just drives away from them both. I thought Aaron Cochrane had got up the inside there, but just managing to close the door was Tony Greenan on the main straight. Sylvie Mullins with a bit of a break now. 52 dead last time round for the leader, 52.5 for Sylvie Mullins, 52.7 for Tony Greenan, and 52.4 for Aaron Cochrane. That's where it's at. And this one in a great run from Greenan up out of turn 3, almost gets him alongside. The Gould has another look then down the inside of the brakes, but Sylvie's a cool character. He's not going to make any mistakes here. There's our leader again, still pulling away. We've got a couple of purple sectors coming up. It's Aaron Cochrane, in fact, with the fastest first sector. This looks great stuff for Michael Roach. Gap out to 3.3 seconds now. 52.5 last time. We're kind of matching the cars behind. He's no quicker, but he's well down the road. And again, look how quick the F3 cars through that. It's probably aero through that quick bit, the first apex of turn 3. They just motor up behind Sylvie. He just blasts away from them on the main straight. 6 minutes to go in this one. Looking very good, it's got to be said, for Mick Roach. But I wonder if they can get by Sylvie. Can the 2 more modern F3 cars have a go? It's easier said than done. Oh, Sylvie gets sideways. He goes wide. That slowed him down a lot. It's allowed it's allowed Greenan up the inside, but certainly the 4-litre Judd Formula 1 engine was enough to drag Sylvie back ahead, even with that little mistake. Doesn't quite get into an apex there as well. Sylvie perhaps tiring a little bit, or maybe the back tire's gone off, but certainly it's looking like a little bit of a handful there. But certainly compared to those nimble left. Look, he drives away from them there, and just watch this through the first apex. Just driving back up to the big back wing of the Gould there, the 2 F3 cars, and trying to get a run on the way out. That almost looked like a hand out of the cockpit, but I think that's just the steering wheel from Tony Greenan. Hard race, as we said, for Greenan here. He's under pressure from behind, but he has to try and get by Sylvie if he gets a chance at all. This is where he did it last time. He got alongside as they head up the hill. Well, they've all gone quicker than Michael Roach the last time around. You can see it visually, they're quicker. Even with this going on, they were in the 51s, he did the 52 dead. Let's have a look. Yeah, quicker again, 51.7 from Sylvie Mullins, 52 dead. They got back down to 2.6 seconds to the leader. So maybe if they stayed away from each other, they could have another go. But they're battling hard here for second place. Again, Sylvie Mullins drives away. Great run from Sylvie through Campion Corner down to turn 3, but certainly the F3 cars are so much quicker there every single lap. If they're a bit closer on the entry, they could maybe have a go around the outside, but he just gets away so much on that run down from through Campion Corner and all the way down to turn 3. So great stuff to see all these different type of cars battling against each other in Formula Boss. Mick Roach again, the gap's still at 2.6 seconds, 4 minutes to go. Everyone having a go down the inside, nobody making it stick. So another 10th clawed back to the leader there by Sylvie. 2.5 seconds now. It was over 3 seconds at one stage. Certainly Sylvie beginning to get away, perhaps. No, it's just ebbs and flows so much, that gap. He gets away in certain places and the F3 car is right with him in others. He's not being crowded as much as he was. I wonder, can Sylvie put a spurt on here and get away from these guys? I don't think so. They're so good on the brakes up into the final corner, but Sylvie on the power at the back of the car, squirming around. He gets a great exit up to the glorious sound effects as he goes by us here in the tower on the main straight. And the gap down to 1.9 now, 51.2 for Sylvie, 51.9 for Michael Roach. Roach responds and gets into the 51s, but Sylvie with a 51.2. Tony Green in 51.2. So they are definitely catching the leader, and I think Sylvie, just as I say it though, the F3 car just cruises up to the back wing again. It seems to be different places around the lap. But yeah, they're bringing Mick Roach back in, aren't they? It's 1.9 seconds now. There we are, it's visual. You don't need a stopwatch. Sylvie Mullins in the Red Bull livery car, very much on a charge and bringing Tony Greenan with him. Greenan very quick through the second bit of the S. Is he going to have a go here, is he? Sylvie has it covered, but they're both catching the leader very, very quickly now. Here comes Roach, here comes Sylvie, here comes Greenan. They've dropped Aaron Cochran. Gap down to 1.1 now, 52.2 for the leader, 51.4 for Sylvie Mullins, 51.2 for Aaron Cochran. For Tony Greenan, I should say. That's fastest lap for Tony Greenan actually on that tour. So Greenan with fastest lap in third place now. I think given another lap, they should be with the leader. 1 minute 59 to go though. Can Mick Roach hang on here and bring it home? Or was Sylvie Mullins going to get up to him? Because if it's a drag race to the line, I know who I'd be betting on. But Sylvie Mullins a little bit of work to do still, and he's got to keep an eye on the mirrors because he's got a very racy Tony Greenan right behind him, and there's Greenan with a big lunge up the inside. But Sylvie just about comes across his bows. And out onto the main straight now. Can Sylvie get a run at Roach? All the big power from the Formula 1 engine unleashed on the main straight here, and he cruises right up to the back of him as they go down on the brakes into Max's corner. We could have a 4-car battle here with another lap to go after this one. Sylvie moving around at the back of the car. When he stands on the loud pedal, the back of the car just wheel spins, and he's going to have a go for the lead. Oh, and Mick Roach had to block him there, didn't he? He had to defend heavily. Nothing wrong with that, but it's the pure speed of Sylvie's car. Sylvie's very quick out of turn 1 and through Campion Corner and all the way down to turn 3. And again on the main straight, I think Mick Roach could be in trouble here. We've got a minute to go, so they're going to start their final lap now. It's Roach, it's Mullins, it's Greenan and it's Cochran all together in Formula Boss Ireland. Coming up to start the final lap. Sylvie Mullins has to hold these guys back, but this time a big lunge gets him down the inside. Sylvie's plan has all gone wrong in the last lap, and the two F3 cars attack him. He could have a go back at them here, I think. It's exactly what he's going to do. And Greenan left the door open there. He should have really gone to the inside, but I don't think it would have made a whole lot of difference because Mullins, is there something wrong in the background? There is, he's slowing down. Oh, that's such a shame. Tony Greenan slowing. Not sure why. He slowed right down into the final corner. That It's Roach leading, so it is going to be a drag race to the line. Watch Sylvie now. He's looking for good exits and use that power, and that's what he's done here on the way up to the S's, but there's nowhere to go. Mick Roach driving beautifully as he has done all race long. You almost feel he deserves it, but he's going to need a superb exit out of Southside Motor Factory's corner because Sylvie's all over the back of him now, and Sylvie's got a Formula 1 engine behind him. Here they come. Final corner. Roach goes to the inside. Sylvie goes to the outside for a better exit. Can Sylvie use that power to get a run to the line? Here he comes. The checkered flag is ready. It looks like Mick Roach has done enough. Here comes Sylvie Mullins. Roach in the hand in the air, but Mick Roach just hangs on. A fantastic drive, it's got to be said, from Michael Roach. I'm very impressed with that. Sylvie Mullins just missing out by 0.2 of a second on the win. Aaron Gockrell next up, and unfortunately a problem on the final lap for Tony Green, and Noel Robinson recovers to 5th place. And after that we're going to have Mark Reed. I think have we lost Tom Gockrell? I think we have. No, we haven't. He's still running, just Reed. He's obviously got a problem. Reed has got well ahead of him there on the final lap. That's Graham, who's down 4 or 5 laps. He's stopped for a long time, but got that car restarted and back out. So Gary Graham's car obviously going okay. And Mark Reed does his personal best on the last lap of 54.1. Tom Gockrell coming down to complete the order. A minute 6 seconds slower than his best, so obviously a problem for Tom there towards the end. So great stuff from the Boss Ireland competitors, and despite the lack of numbers, just 8 cars in that one, we still had great entertainment with Michael Roach taking the win just about from Sylvie Mullins, and Aaron Gockrell crucially pipping Tony Green in on the final lap for championship points. So you've seen the Siltec Safety Z-Tex. Now it's time for the Coffee to Go Fiesta ST Championship. And our striker winner from race 1 earlier looking to make it a double here because Michael Cullen in his Beacon Healthcheck car going to start this one from pole position. Little aerial on the roof there will give you a clue of what we might experience in this one. He was under the lap record. Kevin Doran's lap record of 65.1. Michael Cullen qualified on a 64.9 this morning. It was perfect condition, so I'm not sure if he can go that quick again. It was bright and dry, but with a cool air, and these normally aspirated engines love a bit of cool air, and they always go very, very quickly in qualifying if you've got cold air. So Michael Cullen on pole position, Max Turley alongside him, Victor Cullen in the second Beacon car in third. Phil Lawless, great qualifying position from him. He'll be a little bit out of breath after the Z-Tech entertainment he gave us earlier. Then Cian O'Brien, who's improved so much this year in car 555, the Pro Tune car. Then Trevor Farrar for Parts for Cars, Chris Jones in the Jones Investments car, great to see him back out in the grid. Gordon Kellett, Christopher Grimes Jr., Shane McBride, great to see Shane back. He's had a tough time this season, showed incredible pace, but had an engine blow and missed a couple of rounds. It's rebuilt, he's back out. Would have expected him to be a lot further up, and I'm sure we'll see him make progress as this one goes on, the Dundalk man. And then Christopher Grimes Sr. in the ex-Jack Byrne car. Yokohama tyres on these cars as well, 2-litre engines though instead of the 1.2 cars we saw earlier, so a lot quicker. Shane McBride, the blue car, like the works forward colours, moving around the back of the car. They do that, try and get a bit of heat into the rear tyres as opposed to the fronts. The fronts will heat up quick enough, but cold rear tyres on these cars can be a little bit tricky in the opening laps, like every front-wheel drive racing car. They set them up quite loose, so until you get heat in the back tyres, they can be a little bit of a handful. So here's Michael Cullen, the Luke O'Hara Motorsport car, then the Murray Motorsport car of Max Turley, young star of the class. Another young star of the class is Victor Cullen, has come on in leaps and bounds this year. Young guns very much making their presence felt in this class. And we don't have Eddie Peterson out. Eddie Peterson has won the championship, but elected not to come out in this race meeting. So Michael Cullen, even with pole, 2 wins at fastest lap, wouldn't quite get level with him. But it would be very, very close. He's already got 3 points for pole position. He'd be looking to get 20 for a win. And Max Turley will be doing his best to try and stop him getting that. They've been closely matched this year, sometimes too close. Both very, very quick drivers. Michael Cullen certainly has come on form in the second half of this year, driving superbly as we saw this morning. A little bit tricky to get these cars off the line sometimes. They can be set up quite stiff at the back, so you can get the wheel spin very easily. Red lights are on, they're out and away they go, and it's Turley who gets the best start and rockets away. And Phil Lawless with a good start behind him. We're on board with Cullen. There's Turley down the outside of the Pannonia car. Third gear down to second for Michael Cullen, closing right in on the Murray Motorsport car in front. And in fact, Phil Lawless trying to sit round the outside of Victor Cullen for third place. Lawless round the outside everywhere today, and he's done it, I think. Indeed he has. Phil Lawless is up to third place. So there you go. The outside of the front row might have been the place to be. Or the outside of the grid. Look at this on board with Cullen, third gear, down to second now. Gets the car turned in right over that inside curb, looking for traction on the way up the hill. But the Turley using all the traction a little bit more. But Turley certainly got better traction out of turn 3. That time gained himself maybe half a length. Cullen with a bit of work. Oh, Cullen with getting the ST hops there on the way into the S's, cocking the rear wheel in the air. Fantastic stuff. So Michael Cullen really won't want to give this one away, and he's all over the back of Turley now as they come out of the S's and head up towards Southside Motor Factor's corner. He's done the job, he's made him defensive, he goes high and wide. This used to be the Michael Cullen manoeuvre in the Uno days. Can he get up the inside? I suspect he may be able to. Turley's all over the curbs, all over the grass. He's looking in the mirror. Is he there? Is he there? He's not quite there, and Turley manages to close the door, but only just. Almost tantalises Cullen by leaving it open again. And Cullen down into second gear. This is great stuff. Phil Lawless going beautifully in third place. Really has started to go very well. Just bought this car a couple of race meetings ago and has gone really well in it this year, but it was the first time we've seen him right up the front in STs. Struggled initially when he jumped up from Z-Tex. I think the driving technique is a little bit different. There's Cullen again, down to third gear, down to second. Turley goes to the inside to the fence. Should make Cullen a bit quicker on the way out. Watch this, but no, Turley's car certainly seems to get, well, he uses all the track, maybe that's what it is, but Turley certainly getting a length on the way up out of turn 3, isn't he? Cullen's just getting either better traction or that better line when he goes right out over the curb and kicks up dust. Turley always great to watch. I think Lawless is catching them up. Lawless looks like he's using the Fiesta Z-Tech line there, where they tend to let the car drift out wide at the first bit of the S's, which is a big no-no in most cars, but for some reason in the Z-Techs that's the way they drive them. Cullen up over that inside curb on the power, second gear into third, trying to get that run. Lawless not far behind. Turley holding the inside line now, heading down towards Max's corner. Cullen goes to the outside. Turley with the car moving around under him. Cullen piling the pressure on now. Turley versus Cullen. Murray Motorsport versus LOH. Through turn 2, right in over that curb. Turley looking quite smooth there. They've dropped Lawless a bit on that lap. Fastest lap to Max Turley, 5.9, about a second off their pole time, but that's because they're having a real go here. Nobody's taking a racing line just yet. It's all defend, and Cullen now having a real go up over the inside car. Now this time he did get as good a run out of there as Turley, and he's right with him. He hasn't lost that half length that we saw last time round. On the brakes now, down into the left-hander. Cullen's car throwing an inside wheel in the air. Phil Lawless's car with the hazard lights coming on. That happened in the first season of this racing. That used to happen quite a lot. I don't know how they dialed them out of it, but they don't tend to do it anymore. But Phil Lawless's car still has it. Oh, Cullen almost up the inside there. Dangerously close. Down the outside on the brakes. Looking for the switchback again. I think Turley might have just slowed him enough at the apex. I think he did. But you can see what Cullen's trying to do here. He was the master of it before, and he certainly hasn't forgotten how to do it. But young Max Turley not putting a foot wrong, it's got to be said. And if there's someone you don't want breathing down your neck, it's Michael Cullen. Cullen has got all the tricks in his bag of tricks, as Max Turley is finding out. They've stayed apart so far, which is great to see. Cullen with a good run here through turn 2. He's got a great run. Is he going to try around the outside? He sniffs to the inside to leave Turley there defending, but they both go high and wide then to get the run through the first bit of turn 3. And hard on the brakes down to second. That's the outside view of what we've been seeing from the inside. Again, Turley using all the curbs on the exit. 3 minutes, 4 minutes gone, 11 minutes to go. This one, it's a 15-minute race. And remember, the front tyres will be a little bit tired by about halfway round of these, especially if you've been trying that switchback at the final corner. Michael Cullen very quick out of the S's. So is Turley, right out to the edge. Turley goes to the centre of the track. Cullen goes with him to make him defend right to the end. Doesn't try the high and wide this time. That's just to let him know that the plan can change. I might go with you, I might not. Because if a driver keeps coming down the outside on the brakes, you could just set him up or stay off the power mid-corner just to stop them getting that impetus on the way out of the corner. And Max Turley seems to have a few tricks of his own. Great to see. This time Cullen looking around the outside. Back to the inside. Second gear, he'll grab third here as he turns left. There he does. It's flat through that corner. Right out to the outside. They're quite quick, these little cars. In fact, doing lap times that the 2-litre Group N cars back in the day would have been proud of. They've got a lot less power. No mistakes from Turley at all. Is it going to take a mistake from Turley, or are we going to have to wait till the tyres get a little bit worn? There's young O'Brien going nicely. He's in 5th place. Cian O'Brien, he's up a place. Got by Trevor Farrar. Oh, Cullen right on the back now of Turley to the left-hander. Look at the muck on Turley's tyres. You can see it from that camera. Great quality. That's from going wide on the exit of turn 3 every lap. He's quite, he doesn't defend initially. He waits for Cullen to ease across before he does it, Turley. You can just tell that if something's going to happen, it's going to happen at that corner, either on the entry or the exit. I think Cullen's got to drive this time. Not quite. The onboard is great. It just gives us that extra dimension where we can watch what's happening. But Cullen is certainly trying to set him up there for a switchback at the final corner. What he's quite good at doing, we've seen before, is he can make somebody think he's going to do the switchback, and they slow at the exit and he keeps the power on and drives around the outside. As long as you get racing room, you can have a run to the line. And Cullen now clearly quicker on the exit of turn, moving around behind Turley. We're on board with him again. He gets a lot of speed through Campion Corner, obviously happy with the car, and it's well set up through there. And again, a lunge on the brakes, but that's actually, we're looking at the second or third and fourth place battle we're looking at there. The second Beacon car is replicating his dad as Victor Cullen, trying to get that last step on the podium off Phil Lawless. Fastest lap to Michael Cullen. But there's very little in it. Right out to the edge again. Top 6 will be reversed. Top 6 finishers will be reversed for race 2 to give us even more entertainment later on. Well, there's Turley slowing the car down. That's a good Mondello trick as well. If you've got somebody trying to do a switchback on you, you're just a little bit slower getting on the power at the apex, so you don't run wide, and they can't use their momentum to get by you on the exit. So Turley doing it to perfection there. That's Lawless. If Lawless got a podium here, he would be so happy with this. He's having a good day so far. Victor's already had podiums. Victor has come on in leaps and bounds in this year. Victor right out over the curbs on the exit of Campion there. As indeed was Michael. And Michael's car getting a little bit unsettled as he chucks it into turn 3. Back on board him once again. Turley, that seems to be the line he's using. Whatever he's doing, he's certainly generally gaining a little bit on Michael Cullen up out of turn 3. Here they come. Turley defending that time, even though Michael wasn't really close. And again, all over the exit curve. This is a good drive from Max Turley so far. 7 minutes still to go, though. It's nowhere near over yet. Great battles all the way down the grid. There's Phil Lawless going through. There's Cian O'Brien, the black car, going through. But just behind that, actually, a great battle with, I think, Chris Jones. It is, and Shane McBride having a go. So turn 3 now, and that's Phil Lawless under pressure from Victor Cullen. And that's Cian O'Brien trying to close that gap. There's Gordon Kellett. There's Christopher Grimes Jr. This is the battle. These three have been battling away mightily. Shane McBride in the middle of it, and Chris Jones from Jones Investments, who actually sponsors Alex Denning, who's doing such heroics this year in the UK. Alex Denning's been incredibly quick and has had a couple of wins, loads of rookie wins, and a couple of outright wins in the Quaife Mini Cooper Challenge, which supports the British Touring Car Championship. A lot of people talking about young Alex Denning, and Chris Jones, one of the men that's making that possible, along with Frank Mini and a few others. And Jones has a look up the inside of Shane McBride there. McBride just holds him off. Shane McBride, a Formula V racer, he's done the Fiesta 6-hour race in the Z-Tex a few times, bought this ST this year, came out, led a race and led it well. And unfortunately his engine let go. We haven't seen him for a couple of race meetings. He's not showing the form that we'd seen before. Just now, that's him in the middle of this group. Christopher Grimes Jr., also an auto tester, comes from a good motorsporting family. His father and his uncle, top auto testers. So Grimes Jr. beginning to ease away from Shane McBride, Chris Jones. Then it's Grimes Jr. and Farrar. We're missing Trevor Farrar. He's not in the pit lane, but he's not showing on our timing screens, so must have had an issue out there somewhere. So good battles all the way down the grid. Simon Dean not out with us this weekend. His car is for sale, as indeed is the car of Eric Holstein. Holstein, the 2019 champion, came out for one race and won it just at the last race meeting, and then put his car up for sale immediately. Here comes Turley, Cullen right with him. And in fact, Keane O'Brien is closing in on this battle behind. Look at this, Keane O'Brien, the Dundalk man from ProTune and O'Brien Motorsport, closing down Victor and closing down Phil Lawless here. Fastest lap for Cullen that time round, 5.7. Again, hazards for Phil Lawless as he stands on the brakes. Looks like he may have cooked his front tyres. Look at the understeer on Phil Lawless's car, and that's going to make him a sitting duck for a switchback if anyone else has their front tyres there. But look at Keane O'Brien. He's come flying up to the back of these guys in front. In fact, they were in the 7s last time round, and he did a 6.6. So that brought him right up to them. That's the black car, the third place car here. The only one that gets to the apex. I wonder if certainly Phil Lawless's front tyres, I would imagine, are past their best at this stage. Victor Cullen going to have to try something special here, because Phil knows his way around Mondello better than most, whereas Keane O'Brien's car still turning in sharply, cocking an inside rear wheel. He looks quite comfortable in that car. Keane O'Brien now right on the back bumper of Victor Cullen, and Victor going to have to go defensive for the first time in the race. They both go to the inside. Keane O'Brien goes high and wide on the outside down to second gear. They're all defending the inside of the exit. Keane goes right to the outside. Tucks in behind Victor again though. Lawless, Cullen, O'Brien, then Kellett, then Shane McBride is made up that place, and Michael Cullen's off. Down a turn one with a lot of damage to the front of the car. Well, it was out of shot, but Michael Cullen's off, and there is huge damage to the front of that car. And he's gone running over to the left. I wonder if we got another car in the gravel down there. Michael Cullen didn't head for the bank, he headed to the left. Here's Turley's off as well, and Michael Cullen straight over to him. I must be brake failure or something. It must be a problem there, because Michael's just shaking his hands. There's no anger in those in that body language. I don't know if we can get a replay of that one. I'm sure we probably can, but Michael Cullen certainly was. He went over to see if Max was okay, and then it was hands out. So I don't think that was any sort of a territorial battle. It didn't look. The body language suggested Michael Cullen had brake failure. Red flags are out. The red flags are out, and that race will be stopped. But that's a shame, because there was surely going to be an exciting end to that race. There's a lot of damage to the front end of Michael Cullen's car, but I just, by the body language of Michael and the fact that he went straight over to Max, I do feel there was some sort of a mechanical failure in that one. But that's a shame. That was shaping up on a load of levels to be a really good race. Shane McBride has just started to make a move. Keane O'Brien has just caught these other guys. 3 minutes to go. That's going to be declared a result, and that's going to give the race. Is that going to give the race to Phil Lawless? They do count back a lap, don't they? Here's Phil Lawless down. He's no idea that he may have won a race. Victor Cullen and Phil Lawless giving each other the thumbs up. That was a great battle. And just joining that battle in the final lap was the charging ProTune car of Keane O'Brien. But there's those two guys. Phil Lawless, be delighted with this one. Victor Cullen with the thumbs up. there's the damage, unfortunately. I don't think we're still going to see those cars. You might see Max Turley's car back out. I don't think you'll see Cullen's. But look at the damage in the front of Michael Cullen's. That's not a normal saloon car shunt. That's a big failure. There's Michael Cullen heading back towards his car. He's absolutely fine. Max Turley looks fine. Shaping up to be a really good race between those two guys. Michael just waving a victory, say he's fine. Let's have a look at the onboard live replay here and see what happened. Here we are, we're on board with Cullen, reaching for fourth gear. Big gap back there. Flat on the boards in fourth gear, heading down. It's dry. He'll be braking as late as he can now. Watch his right foot down onto the brakes. Oh, something wrong there straight away. Look here, handbrake, pulling the handbrake, trying to get the car stopped. That's just brake failure and into the back of Turley's car. Absolutely, look at the hand on the handbrake there. Mirror coming off the car. That's a big impact, but obviously some sort of a brake failure there from Michael Cullen. Great to see it on board, but that reminded you of Bertie Fisher's crash years ago when he had brake failure. He's on the handbrake trying to get it stopped, but you could see his right foot. There was a panic moment. So obviously just, I'm not sure, it's not pad knockout, because we don't hear of that in these cars, I don't think. It's some sort of a failure, very unusual, but Michael Cullen trying to stop it with the handbrake and nothing he could do. And as we saw, he was straight out of the car and over to Max. Max was fine and Michael was just 2 hands out. So that really is such a shame, and it's badly damaged, that car. We've Mark Kavanagh from See It Live wondering, is onboard camera okay in the car? I'm sure it's absolutely fine. There it is. That's the view that he's got left. Look, it's a beautifully prepared car, isn't it? It's absolutely mint inside. But I know, look, Michael's fine. The camera's fine. We've got a sudden ending to the race, unfortunately, but that car can be fixed. I don't think it can be fixed today. Mind you, people like Murray Motorsport and LOH Motorsport have been able to do absolutely incredible stuff before. So let them worry about that as Michael begins to walk back up the main straight. So that's a shame. That's not what we wanted. However, I suspect the timekeepers will surely give us a result of that one and the officials down below us. But I think that's going to be Phil Lawless taking his first ever ST win. I think it's going to be Victor Cullen second. And if it is, what a podium, because Cian O'Brien is going to be third place on the podium there. So we will wait and see. Okay, so there we have a result coming up on screen. I don't have it signed by the clerk of the course, but I'll take a deep breath anyway. It looks like Philip Lawless takes the win, Victor Cullen is second, and Cian O'Brien is third. So that's your podium in Fiesta STs. Lawless, Cullen and O'Brien. Well, there you are. There's a better shot of the front of that car, and that'll answer my question. That car certainly won't be back out today. Looks like a chassis leg and a few other bits. Thankfully, they're both okay. Turley's car being towed in, it looks fine, but I wonder, can it be fine when it's had a hit like that from behind? It's a shame. No, both of those cars beautifully prepared and driven. I think we were. I don't think they were going to finish it just there. I think we were heading for a grandstand, finishing that one with those two guys. So that really is such a shame, but I just can't. These things happen sometimes. So the Beacon Hospital car being brought back in by the teleporter. Rescue services right in there too. And Michael Cullen, but it still has another striker race to do this weekend. But meanwhile, Philip Lawless gets his first win in Fiesta STs. He'll stand on the top step of the podium, and he has bragging rights in the canteen at Mondello Park tomorrow morning.
Z-Tech champion finals. What? Former Z-Tech champion finals.
So Formula V out for a little bit of fun for their end of season race. They've finished their championship. Anthony Cross has got the job done once again. Is that 5 titles in a row? He's matched Brian Harty. Incredible stuff from Anthony Cross. He's done a super job. Very, very hard to beat. A great yardstick to have in a class like this. You can mark everybody else by him. But Gavin Buckley it is who's on pole position in this one, 61.9. Way ahead of anyone else. 63.1 is Stephen Moran. Paul Lewis next up, then James Shepherd, Sylvester Barrett, Brendan Ellis and Ronan Conroy. V's just gridding up. Small grid of V's, but as we said, non-championship race. Out for a little bit of fun. Gavin Buckley. Pole position. Stephen Moran we haven't seen out for a while. The outside the front row. Moran gets a good start, but Buckley gets a better one, and 2 cars have stalled, but they've both got going. It's James Shepherd, I think it was, on the right-hand side. Indeed it was. Lewis having a look around the outside of Ellis there. They're wheel to wheel at turn 2, Campion corner. Stephen Moore getting a bit of a drift on. So it's Shane's first and second, and that beautifully modified least on Paul Lewis's car. Beautifully turned out car. I was looking at it in the paddock over the last few race meetings. And Brendan Ellis going nicely too in the blue and white least on, just getting the car a little bit out of shape. Not often you see the V's get sideways, but certainly it's hard on the power there. They just use third and fourth gear, these Formula V's. Once they've got going, they'll start in second gear and then they'll just use third and fourth. Great cars to drive, really, really good cars to drive, good fun. Great class to be involved in, a budget single seater class. 1600cc air cooled engines and tubular chassis from Leastone, just down the road in Kildare, from Shane Cars, Blaine Row in County Wicklow. Shane's first and second of this one, Leastone's third and fourth. So Buckley leads from Moran, Lewis and Ellis. They're well ahead of anyone else. Then it's Ronan Conroy next up and Sylvester Barrett going through. And then it's James Shepherd. So just 7 Formula V's out in this one. I think the battle might be for second place in this one, because Gavin Buckley, always a front runner, should be capable of getting away in this one, I feel. Stephen Martin's very quick, but he hasn't been out for a while, and it does make a difference in these cars. Stephen Martin, local man, just Murphystown up the road from Clane here in County Kildare, and they run a racing team, SM Racing. His dad and his sister are very much involved in the running of Formula V Ireland. Stephen came to us from Rallycross, very quick in a 205 GTI in Rallycross, and bought a Leastone from Paul Heavey and raced competitively in that before starting to help some newcomers, which they're still doing. A little bit of almost a Scandinavian flick from Buckley, turning left before he turns right there into the final corner, unusual. Well, it's working for him, because he leads and leads strongly, as I did suggest this was going to become the battle. Paul Lewis now at the head forward to the Leastone, having a look at Stephen Moran. Moran goes from the inside right across to the outside, has that covered in the Martini liveried car. Paul Lewis looked quite strong in second place. Gavin Buckley fastest lap, 102.795. They're again absolutely flat out through Campion corner. They grab fourth gear on the exit of that, these little V's. And they go through the first apex here in fourth gear, hard on the brakes down to third, get turned in, stand on the power. And fourth gear again on the way back up the hill. Generally down to third gear here, although some of them will try and take it in fourth and change gear somewhere along the second bit here. The right-hander grab fourth on the exit. Very, very quick cars. On the right day, the lap record is under a minute in the Formula V, which is very, very quick. But we won't see that today, obviously. I think it's Kevin O'Hara still has that lap record. It is another modified Leastone chassis. Oh, look at this now. Lewis with a great run. Moran knows and stays to the inside, pulls fourth gear, looks left, but Lewis already alongside, side by side under the bridge. But Lewis, I think, has a stronger straight line speed there. Oh, Moran goes in so late in the brakes. Good stuff from Moran. He almost lost the place, but he was very late on the brakes down into Max's corner. And he's out of shape again. He's on the edge as he goes through Campion corner. Just flicks the car to the left, and it doesn't mind it moving around under him at all. It's a typical Formula V scrap. Lewis has another go. And with a cleaner run through Campion, perhaps he closes up on him again on the way out to turn 3. None of this bothering Gavin Buckley, who was 3.8 seconds to the good when they crossed the line last time round. Big hello to Stephen Kelly, who says he's watching it. Stephen Kelly known to us from HRCA Racing and from Striker Racing last year. He's watching it from sunny Spain. Isn't it well for him? So great to hear from Stephen Kelly, a huge motor racing fan. He was heartbroken to see Jonathan Files pulled off the grid, he said. But he'll be enjoying this Formula V race. Very much a motorsport fan. And there's a big lunge down the inside. He's got it done. Nicely executed there by Paul Lewis. Really perfectly timed last minute lunge. Moran gets a good exit though, gets in behind him as they pull forward gear. Two cars together going across the line now. Moran goes to the outside as Lewis holds the centre of the road. Moran again so late in the brakes. Tries to get up the outside of him, but Paul Lewis driving well. It's not hugely experienced, Paul Lewis. Well, I think he raced many, many years ago and came back, but certainly wouldn't have that much experience. He's driving very well here. I think he may have the pace to get away. But Stephen Moran only getting back into it, of course, hasn't been out for a long, long time. So maybe Stephen Moran will begin to get into the groove. That's what it looks like there as he closes him down on the brakes. Moran again up over that inside curb. It's a better run on the way out, where Lewis using all the curb there. battle still raging, and indeed Stephen Moran is hanging on to him. Both lapping in the 64-second bracket. Lewis down into turn 3. Oh, Moran so close, right on his tail, down to third gear. Moran gets to the apex, better line through the corner, but Lewis actually manages to carry the speed around the outside. Doesn't lose anything on the way back up towards us as they come back towards the main arena again. Gavin Buckley now almost 8 seconds up the road. Lewis touching the inside curb, unusual in a Formula V, but again doesn't lose any speed. Fourth gear now as they exit the S's and head up towards Southside Motor Factory's corner. Once again, Moran trying to close him down. Lewis perhaps beginning to get away just a little bit. Only 3/10 quicker. Oh, just as I say it. Lucky not to go round. He got way out of shape there, didn't he? And he was right out of the exit of Max's corner. Not somewhere you need to be. But again, Lewis seems to do some unconventional stuff, but it doesn't cost him time. He certainly didn't lift out of it that time anyway. And he's Moran very quick through the first bit of turn 3 and on the brakes down into the second bit of turn 3. Don't worry about that little puff of smoke that happens to these as they get warm. It's no problem. It's actually a great indication when watching them of when somebody puts the power on generally. You can see Moran there, a little puff of smoke again just as the car pivots and turns to the left. Moran is beginning to get a bit closer perhaps. Is he going to be quick around this lap? I think he might be. 10 seconds up the road now is Buckley. Buckley, Lewis, Moran, Brendan Ellis, Sylvester Bartlett, James Shepherd and Ronan Conroy, the order in this one. Lewis definitely beginning to ease away just a little bit. Same lap times for both of them on that lap though, 63.6. In fact, that's their quickest lap, both of them, because they've stayed apart perhaps. A good battle coming behind us there. That's Ellis, Bartlett and Shepherd together. Ellis in the blue and white Leystone. Bartlett down the inside in the orange coloured chain. Shepherd right with him. With a big look down the inside. Lewis leaving the door wide open, very confident stuff, turning in late and give him a good exit, but with Moran being so late in the brakes, you want to be careful. Ellis now under pressure, Shepherd pulling out to go to the inside, Bartlett on the outside, Shepherd on the inside, and they're gone one each side of Ellis. If both got round him somehow, he fights back though, and going wide is Bartlett and just about holding it. Holds it well, back lets go, but lifts out of it an armful of opposite lock and gets it back. But that was great stuff. And in fact, the big winner there, I think, is Shepherd. Indeed it is. He's up 2 places. Last on an 8 breakers, James Shepherd. Great Formula V action, as you can see. Great class to get involved in. Are always good scraps all the way down the grid. Particularly good one there. And once again, the grip between his teeth. Stephen Moran just not letting Paul Lewis get away at all. Still 5 minutes to go in this one, so a long race. There's Lewis again, right out to that white line. Moran going with him. Just 3/10 quicker that lap as the gap begins to open just a little bit. And there we go, a nose cone just askew there. That was Ellis incredibly late in the brakes, just contacting the back of Shepherd, who's busy readjusting his mirrors. But nose cone left in the centre of the track there. That shouldn't slow him down too much. Aerodynamics not massive on these cars around Mondello. I mean, you'd rather have it than not have it, but I don't think it will slow him down. Oh, he's sideways again on the way out. Ellis stands on the power, but I think Shepherd beginning to get away there. Let's have a look as they come back towards you. Shepherd's got up those 2 places, got the head down, going nicely. Oh, we have lost Moran. Here's Lewis all on his own, 4.5 minutes to go. That's Moran in the background, so he must have had a quick rotation. Just missing that nose cone with Selco.ie on it. That's the hygiene company who sponsor Formula V. Selco.ie. They also have VW Spares and LOH Motorsport as sponsors. They have 3 championships in A, B and C. Still the battle up at the final corner. That's Moran going through all on his own, but here come the 3 guys battling away. And now Ellis under pressure once more, because this time it's Bartlett having a go. And Bartlett tucked right up under his gearbox as they go by us here on the main straight. And Ellis thinking of going to the inside. Bartlett looking to have a go down the inside, last minute lunge. I think he's done it. Oh, he has, but Ellis is perfectly prepared to sit around the outside and wants it back at Campion corner. And does he take it back? This is great scrap. No, not quite. Bartlett sitting right round the outside of him there as they grab 4th gear and head out towards the country. So good stuff from Bartlett there. A lunge down the inside into the first corner. Almost gets it unsettled there on the way down to turn 3. But so Ellis dropped back 2 places in 2 laps now. Perhaps a little bit unsettled by that little bit of contact on the nose cone, letting go. Yeah, Stephen Moran lost about 8 seconds on that final lap, so there was definitely a spin there somewhere out of our view. So just 3 minutes to go on this one now. Here they come up to the final corner. Shepherd, Bartlett and Ellis. Ellis just skirting around his own nose cone. He doesn't want to damage it. He'd like to be able to slot it back on later on. And the nose cone's still intact. There's our leader just coming out onto the main straight. That's Gavin Buckley, all on his own. He's 18 seconds to the good now as he goes by. Another couple of laps to go. He's got the full length of the main straight. It's not often you say that at Mondello Park, and it's very rare you'd say it in a Formula V race. But Buckley, one of the genuine front runners, most of them not out today. He's done a full packed season and putting their feet up, but he's out for a run. Buckley and going nicely. Bit of a battle hotting up there, 29 seconds to go, the closing stage of this one, but Bartlett has closed Shepherd right down inside the final lap as the leader starts his final lap. Gavin Buckley goes through. Massive lead for Gavin Buckley now, almost half a lap over Paul Lewis. That's Ronan Conroy, beautifully presented car. He's a novice, just gone down a lap there. It's our leader down at turn 3. There's a good battle now because they have closed up Bartlett's closed Shepherd right down. He tries to get up the inside of the exit. Shepherd just about sits around the outside. It's big pressure though going on to their final lap. He goes to the inside. He's seen it done before. Stay to the inside, don't leave the door open. That's exactly what he's doing. Looks in his mirrors. Bartlett has to go to the outside, high and wide. There's our leader and he's coming down to take the checkered flag. It's been a dominant victory for Gavin Buckley. He was 24 seconds ahead of anybody else when he went by. He's going to be even more this time. He takes the checkered flag. Paul Lewis will doubtless be second place when he comes up, and then it's going to be Stephen Moran. But is it going to be Shepherd or Bartlett for fourth place? There they are, out of turn 3. That's Ronan Conroy a lap down. But the next car that comes into our view is going to be the orange car of Paul Lewis. But these two, battling for what's going to be fourth place on the final lap. They're coming back towards us. Relative novices, these two wouldn't have too much experience, but they're giving us a great entertainment with this scrap. There's Lewis, great drive to second place for him. Beautifully presented car. Then there's Moran going out of shot, going to be third. And these guys aren't far from Moran, are they? Shepherd and Bartlett. Shepherd it is, just about. Here's Moran down for third place. Here's the battle we're talking about. I think Shepherd's done enough. Just about. Grabs fourth gear. And Shepherd it is from Bartlett. And then it's going to be Ellis and Conroy. So a new result for the STs. We've just got up from the officials there, and Max Turley was able to apply to the clerk of the course and get reinstated into the results because he wasn't the cause of the red flag. So Max Turley takes the win from Phil Lawless, Victor Cullen, Keane O'Brien, Gordon Kellett, Christopher Grimes Jr., Shane McBride, Chris Jones and Christopher Grimes Sr. In V's, it's Gavin Buckley from Paul Lewis, Stephen Moran, James Shepherd, Sylvester Bartlett, Brendan Ellis and Ronan Conroy. So great stuff. Next up is going to be the Irish Legends Race 2 in just a few minutes' time. There we are, Irish Legends being waved out onto the grid. Well, not onto the grid, onto the track. It's a rolling start, of course. BMW Ireland safety car, the M3 competition. Declan Nolan driving that, a well-known rallycross driver. Generally drives the safety car here at Mondello Park. Very potent machine, that BMW M3. And if you want to drive that car at Mondello Park, you can. The BMW, the M Experience here at Mondello Park. You can just go on to mondellopark.ie and you can book that car. You can book the M4, book the M5 competition. Porsche Cayman S single-seater race cars. You can actually see the single-seaters out on the loop today. They're in action. You'll see them as they go around. The cars go around the S's. Also Rally Experience Auto Test. Many more activities available down here at Mondello. Jap Fest coming up as well, of course. It's massively successful, hugely popular event here. A week's time. Rallycross back in a couple of weekends as well. We had the last round of that Masters motorbikes last weekend. The Dunlop Masters, fantastic racing here in the finale of that one. But we're back on four wheels with the Irish Legends. Fantastic stuff. Derek Hogan going to take pole position in this one in the Pink Panther. Hugely enthusiastic Derek Hogan as ever. Alongside him is going to be Declan Burke, then Seamus Ryan, Richard Spence, Greg Richardson, Peter Barable, Scott Jackson, Anthony Malone. I'm going to come to my pronunciations in a minute. Lee Malone, Gordon Brown. Then Claude, I think it's Watain. And then Sebastian. I'm not going to pronounce the first name. I didn't meet any legend people during lunchtime to get a phonetic pronunciation, so apologies. Now Barrable does it again, flicks to the outside, and he's away down the road like the clappers. See you later, boys. Barrable does that to perfection, and sideways, and across the track on the inside goes Hogan. He rejoins, and who's that into the side of him? There's two cars. It's 96. That's Sebastian, one of our visitors. I'm not sure who the other car was. I think it's one of the Malones, actually. But that could have been absolutely disastrous. Didn't lose that himself. He certainly got a little bit of help there, I think, Derek Hogan. There's a change down the inside. So they're all battling through. And Barrable, someone's lost out. I wonder, did he have to go around the outside of turn one? I'm not sure. There's poor Derek Hogan off pole position. Dropped right to the back. So it's, is that 46 leading now Declan Burke? I think it is. All Barrable's good work is gone. I think Richardson might be ahead of him. Let's check when they go by. Some of the cars is hard to see the numbers on. Yeah, 24 is Greg Richardson. Barrable already back up to third place though. It's 26 as I look around the outside. That's Watain. Okay, they're all battling away. Let's just have another look at the first corner and see what happened to Derek Hogan. We'll go back to a replay here. There it is. Watch Hogan. Oh, he gets a little bit of help. It's 46, is it? And Peter Barrable is driven wide. Oh, Barrable just missed that. That's how he lost his places. Great to be able to go back and see that. So that was, yeah, it looks like perhaps it was Declan Burke. I don't know. We came together with, there was probably a lot of them bumping into each other. They have crash bars and they're allowed a little bit of contact square on, so maybe that's what happened. But Derek Hogan certainly was unsettled at the back, and even the big arm full of opposite lock wasn't enough to save him. But certainly Peter Barrable was very lucky. Stood in the brakes, almost came to a stop, flicked it to the right, but he's up to second place now, and he's right in the wheel tracks of Greg Richardson, and these two are potentially the quickest guys out there. I'm impressed with Declan Burke's pace though. Normally these two leave everyone. He's right with them for a whole lap there. But Barrable looking very good. He's down the outside on the brakes. Peter Barrable, high and wide, comes back in and gets to an apex late enough. So he's piling the pressure on here as Seamus Ryan gets ahead of Declan Burke for third place. Coming back up through them now is Derek Hogan, pink car. This is the battle for the lead. Richardson versus Barrable. How many times have we said that in Irish Legends? Many, many times is the answer. Richardson not showing the pace maybe we'd see sometimes from him. Barrable looks quicker here, doesn't he? But let's see. One thing being quicker at Mondello Park, it's another getting past. But Barrable really having a go. Good run up off turn 3, back end of the car, moving around, uses that traction to get alongside, and then uses commitment to try and sit around the outside. But tidy driving from Richardson, stays on the inside, doesn't get out of shape, and has better speed off the corner. Just as I say it proves me wrong. A massive slide on the way out of the S's, and holds onto it and holds onto the place. That's impressive stuff. I'm assuming he was trying to get across to the inside to close the door for Barrable, but I'm surprised that didn't scrub off any speed. Maybe Barrable had to lift out of it, but that was well controlled by Greg Richardson there. But Barrable alongside again now as they go by the grandstand down towards Max's corner. He's late on the brakes, but no, Richardson holds him off again. Seamus Ryan and Declan Burke really having a go there and not losing too much ground behind them as well. Then it's Watain, Jackson, Brown, Hogan, Spence, Malone, Anthony Malone, and then Sebastian. Here's our leaders again. And driving well is Richardson there, not leaving gaps anywhere. Barrable going to have to be a little bit inventive perhaps to try and find a way past here. But that's exactly what he's doing. He gets another great run. But the S is very hard to get around the outside. The S is, he's well ahead though. No, stays around the outside. What he'd be hoping to do is get in there for a later apex and get a run on the way up the hill. Doesn't work though. Richardson has great momentum on the way up the hill. Doesn't go sideways this time, and Barrable right out to the edge. Barrable on the outside again. He's very late on the brakes. Closes right up to Richardson, 22. 5 minutes 40 to go. Here they come once again. Barrable right on the back bumper. Goes to the inside, then pulls to the outside. Gets almost alongside. He does get alongside of the brakes. Down into Max's corner. First two still together, and it's still that battle for third place. In fact, it's been joined now. Is that Watain? I think it is. Seamus Ryan and Declan Burke being joined by one of our visitors. Indeed they have. Barrable still not being able to find a way past Richardson with just 4 minutes 50 to go. 96 goes around Sebastian, unfortunately. He's in the wars in this second race. We do have a third race later on. It's the Lorgan Motor Company car. Just saw the writing on the side of it there. I think that's one of our visitors up to third place. Let's keep an eye on this. Peter Barrable really having a go, but cannot get by. It is Claude Watain up to third place, up 2 places in 1 lap. And he's done a 63.7. Our 2 leaders 64.1 and 64.1. So it's not as fast as Barrable's fastest lap, but it's faster than they're going now. Barrable needs to get by. He knows it. He's having a look down the outside, but he's rebuffed once again. But certainly one of the visitors in with a chance of a big surprise here. Claude Watain in third place. There he is. He's closing these guys down. Hand over fist. Drifts the car through the apex like a Mondello veteran. Up the hill and back towards us again. This is great stuff. Barrable really needs to get down because they're battling so heavily. They've got each other back out in the 104s and closing them down. Claude the last time round did a 103.790. In fact, he's done 2 of them in a row. He's disposed of Seamus Ryan, he's disposed of Declan Burke, and he's catching the leaders. Barrable trying to get up the inside, again can't quite make it. Richardson doing nicely, but if they keep this up, they will have company. 3 minutes to go. Barrable again goes by. Once again, Claude quicker than both Peter Barrable and Greg Richardson, sorry. Barrable tries to get up the inside, but again, the next corner is a left, Campion corner. Oh, he's trying everywhere now. Trying to switch back, which will leave him on the outside. Won't get that done, or will he? He's having a real go there, but they're not really famed for their grip levels, these legends. So you've got to have commitment, which they have, and they're side by side. Now he's looking to get a switch back to get a run up the hill. Barrable really is trying loads of different moves here to get by. He feels like he's got the pace, but Greg Richardson not being ruffled. Oh, just when I say it, Barrable's got the nose down the inside, has he? He does. And he gets the place. Barrable takes the lead, and will he be able to get away now? Greg Richardson was certainly defensive, and Barrable it is who gets sideways now. And Barrable it is who has to go defensive, heavily defensive, on the way up to Southside Motor Factor's corner. Up over that inside curb. Gets on the power, a little bit of opposite lock for both of them as they come back towards us. But again, Claude Watain closer than he has been in third place. Barrable now leads 4.5, 4.8 and 3.9 for Claude Watain in third place. And the gap down to 1.9 seconds now, just 2 minutes 19 to go. So another lap after this one, I feel, but certainly our foreign visitor going superbly here. Quick look into the footwell of Michael Cullen's car there. Everything's absolutely fine. Nothing has changed. But back to the racing. Barrable beginning to get away, but is Richardson in trouble here? Is Claude Watain going to be able to close down Richardson? I'm not sure. I think maybe he needed the 2 boys to keep battling in order for him to get up there, because there's not enough time left, but it's a very, very impressive Mondello debut for that man. Derek Hogan further back up to 7th place despite that first corner spin. It's a good recovery from him. 1 minute 43 to go. Starting their last lap now. Oh, no, they're not actually. They'll get another one. 1 minute 19 still to go. There's Hogan still on a charge. Barrable still leads this one by 0.9 of a second. Fastest lap to Barrable last time round, 1 minute 3.178. 3.7 for Richardson and 3.8 for Watain in third place. And it's Seamus Ryan, Declan Burke, Gordon Brown, Derek Hogan, Scott Jackson, Anthony Malone, Lee Malone, Sebastian and Spence. Has he gone missing? No, he's just dropped a place. Barrable beginning to stamp his authority on this one now, as he did in race 1. Derek Hogan still on a charge on the last lap now, looking to make up another place. That's 16 ahead of him. Gordon Brown and 46, who was up the front early on in this one. Declan Burke, good three-car battle there. Checkered flag is prepared below me. It's going to be Peter Barrable now. He's way ahead of this group. Here he comes, right out onto the exit curve, Peter Barrable. Great performance by him. He really gave Greg Richardson the work over before, just about getting the nose down the inside and taking it down into the S's. Big cheers from the POB crew as he goes by. 2 out of 2 for Peter Barrable. Greg Richardson second. Claude Watain third. Seamus Ryan fourth. Declan Burke, Derek Hogan and Gordon Brown. Crossing the line, then Scott Jackson. So Hogan all the way back up to 6th place. Good stuff. And 2 more places for Sebastian. Up to 9th place from Anthony Malone. And Richard Spence and Lee Malone completing the order at the checkered flag. So that's great stuff from Legends, and that's their second race of 3, and Peter Barrable makes it 2 wins out of 2 races so far. Let's see later on if he can make it 3 races from 3 for Irish Legends. So we'll just have a quick break and we'll be back with Strikers will be next up, their non-championship race. Great entertainment earlier on. I'm sure we'll get more this time round from these guys.
Square left onto the out. Yeah, that's good. Good drive. Keep going. Keep going, keep going, keep going. Rev it up, rev it up. Georgia, go, go, go. One right, immediately followed by a 5 right. Keep it left, keep it left, keep it left. Come on, keep on, keep on, keep on. Keep on, keep on, keep on. Come on, come on, keep going, keep going, keep going.
Every day is a chance to make this world your own. Just watch out for those you share it with. My world, my station, my music.
We're back with strikers, and again Rod Mcgovern going to try and come across. He does, but Michael Cullen not having any of it this time, and rebuffs it from Rod Mcgovern, and Michael Cullen it is who leads down to turn 1. The two LOH cars together, big lock up on Andy Dalton, looking for a bit of Rod Mcgovern there down at Max's corner, almost gets alongside him but not quite. And the two LOH cars are 1-2 again through Campion Corner and heading out towards turn 3, but Andy Dalton looking good here. He had terrible trouble with the car yesterday. Now, it doesn't quite have that straight line speed. I wonder if the car is still fluffing a little bit. He wasn't sure what the issue was. They couldn't trace it. They've tried everything on the car, and he said it's just not running 100% cleanly. But certainly the two LOH cars beginning to get away. Des Meehan and dropping right to the back there as Mcgovern has a look down the inside of Michael Cullen into the S's. Michael Cullen has the door firmly closed, so if you missed the earlier race, it's worth going back and watching. Rod Mcgovern got in front and managed to rebuff Michael Cullen for a long time. Cullen eventually got in front, and when Mcgovern made a little mistake, began to weigh, but Andy Dalton has a go with the two LOH cars from way back on the brakes. That's proper Andy Dalton stuff, but it's costing him a bit of time on the exit. It hasn't cost Rod Mcgovern any time as he whips out. They're side by side now going under the bridge. Cullen on the inside, Mcgovern on the outside. Mcgovern tries to go later on the brakes. He locks the front wheel. He's gone wide. He's gone way too wide. Oh, Michael Cullen will be sniggering a dig dastardly laugh inside his helmet as he sees that happening. That's bragging rights for him again. As we said before, these two are good buddies, but don't discount Andy Dalton, certainly in the early stages of this one. He's got great racecraft and never really qualifies well, Andy, but he can race. And he's having a real go. He's right up with Michael Cullen now. Andy Dalton, now he gets a little bit out of shape on the way out, but Rod Mcgovern no doubt will have a charge back. Here they come down into the S's now, Bridgestone Corner. It's Cullen, it's Andy Dalton, 98, and it's Des Bruton. But watch Dalton on the brakes. From this angle, it's great to see on the way up the hill. Right out onto the curbs, Andy Dalton. Let's watch him on the brakes again. He has a good stab, but he's way back at this stage. Cullen just a cleaner run out of the S's. Andy Dalton in second place. Des Bruton going beautifully in third place. Then it's Mcgovern looking to recover. This is good stuff from Dalton. Fastest lap for Andy Dalton that time round, 61.8 as opposed to a 62 dead for Michael Cullen. But I think we probably will see that one eclipsed. But Andy Dalton doing well. We spoke earlier about Michael Cullen coming into this class. He dusted everybody initially when he came in, and he raised the bar, and some people have reacted and have gone really quickly. Andy Dalton's one of them. Roger Welleretna, Kevin McGrath, Johnny Taylor's been very quick on his return to the class. And once again, look at Dalton. He's so committed down into turn 3 and committed again on the brakes and closes down Michael Cullen. And this is Cullen not having it easy here, and Andy Dalton having a real go. Andy Dalton has been racing in this class for 20 years. He was involved when they brought the class in first, and he still is very much involved. He owns a number of cars. He's loaned cars out to younger drivers to help them out and get them going before. He's very much involved in the social elements of the class as well. And he closes down Michael Cullen again on the brakes. Number 1 leads number 98 out onto the main straight. Andy Dalton really having a go here. He will be absolutely loving this one. Let's watch the lap times as they go by. Cullen takes fastest lap, but not by much. 2 dead. A 2-2. They're both a 2-2, so pretty much the same lap time for Michael Cullen and Andy Dalton. And Rod Mcgovern now at fastest lap, a minute 0.9, 3/10 quicker than Michael Cullen as he closes down Des Bruton for third place. But it's not Des Bruton he's after, is it? Rod Mcgovern will have a real go here in fourth place. Here's Andy Dalton again. He's so quick out of turn 3 through the first bit and then on the brakes. Does he get sideways? No, nice smooth exit for him there. McGovern's already caught Des Bruton. Now let's see what he can do. They come back towards us. It's still Cullen leading. It's Andy Dalton in second place. And there we are. McGovern's already got the job done by the time they get to the S's. So Rod Mcgovern on the way here up to third place, and he's going to be trying to chase down Andy Dalton. We've got 11 minutes still to run in this one. Andy Dalton still not far away from Michael Cullen. 61.2 for both of them last time around. I suspect Cullen will be a fraction quicker this time, maybe not, as they go by. 61.1, yeah, 61.5. More a case of Andy Dalton being a little bit slower than he had been, as opposed to Cullen going quicker. Dalton still going nicely there. Mcgovern in third place. 61 dead, half a second quicker than Dalton last time around, but he's 2.9 seconds behind him. So Michael Cullen in front and pulling away. 1.1 seconds ahead last time round. Further 2.9 seconds back to Rod Mcgovern, who's a full second ahead of Des Bruton. There they are. You can see it on screen now. Bruton in fourth place. That was Willie Flaherty just going through there. Relative novice, as we said. Unlike this man, it's huge experience as strikers. Andy Dalton. Really, Michael Cullen's easing away, but he's not ramping away by any means. It's a good performance from Andy Dalton. Cullen goes by. 61.3, 61.9 for Andy Dalton. 61.2 for Mcgovern. 2.2 now the gap. Oh, Mcgovern there getting out of shape and taking a very odd line, heading in towards the apex early there. Doesn't seem to affect him. Interesting stuff. Most people take a late apex down into turn 1, but certainly not Rob Mcgovern. Getting the car into the apex very early there. It's beginning to get stretched out now, isn't it? As Michael Cullen begins to drift around, move the car moving under him. I'm sure he's fully aware that Rob Mcgovern is closing down Andy Dalton and doesn't want any hand act or part of that one, Cullen. So beginning to put the head down. Will we see fastest lap from Cullen this time round? I think we might. Andy Dalton next up, then locking it inside front and pushing very hard is Rob Mcgovern. I spoke to him at lunchtime. He said they're incredibly physical cars to drive. And the way he's driving them, they're pretty physical. Gets the car out of shape twice on the way out of the S's there. Cullen looks a lot smoother, but let's see if it works for him. Yeah, his fastest lap. It's not as fast as Rob Mcgovern's quick as it is. 61 dead, 62.2 for Dalton, 60.9 for Rob Mcgovern. So McGovern a 10th quicker than Cullen that time round. Very distinctive poise from McGovern there. He has the wheel cranked fully over with his left hand all the way over almost to his right knee when we see him going through Max's corner, turn 1. But he's closing down Andy Dalton now. Dalton 3 seconds back from Cullen and out into the 62s last time round. It'll be interesting to see where McGovern has a go as he gets the run up the hill. Looking to make it an LOH Motorsport 1-2. Tries to close him in on the brakes. Probably all going to happen at the top of the hill. Dalton a little bit wide. McGovern should have a better run. He gets a massive run at him off the S's. Dalton sees it coming and goes to the inside. McGovern down the outside. Turns in later and he's looking for the switch back here. But Dalton has that covered, or does he? Not quite. He almost did, but he scrubbed off a little bit of speed himself. And McGovern just drives by on the main straight. Andy Dalton goes in plenty late on the brakes, but can he get a run at him on the way out? That's his plan. He's right on the back of McGovern now as they head for Campion Corner. Together they go through Campion Corner. Here they go. This will be interesting. We know Andy Dalton is strong through here because he was making time on Cullen. And once again, he's quick through the first bit. Equidistant. So he does close McGovern down. I think McGovern probably got a better run on the way up the hill though. That's exactly what happens. 2, 3, 4 lengths. Better poise and traction maybe on the way up the hill, but Andy having a real go trying to hang on to him here down into the S's. Through the left and through the right. There's Michael Cullen leading. He's battling his mirrors, but his teammates now up to second place. There's Dalton with a big lunge down the inside. He gets close enough, doesn't he? He comes from nowhere like a kamikaze pilot. Andy Dalton really is so late on the brakes up into Southside Motor Park this corner. You wouldn't even cover it. If you looked at in the mirror coming out of the S's, you wouldn't even think of defending, and then he just comes at them on the brakes. Andy Dalton so late on the brakes, 98. Great to see him back on form. Spoke to him last night. He said he just could not fix the little misfire they had in the car. And he thought it was electrical, or he wasn't sure it was in the loom or something. They changed ECU, they changed leads, they changed all sorts of stuff and could not get rid of it. But I would imagine they got rid of it now because he's going very well as he once again lunges up to the back of McGovern on the brakes down at turn 3. Cullen now 5 seconds ahead of Rob McGovern. Oh, McGovern getting a bit out of shape through the S's there. Dalton still trying to hang on to him. Oh, here's Andy again with another big lunge. This time he gets alongside. McGovern just turns in like Andy's not there. But Dalton having a real, he's giving us the entertainment here, isn't he? It's a very unconventional technique, but it gets him right up there. He could almost make that stick. He's going to have another go down there. He is so confident on the brakes as Andy Dalton. And he got down to a 1.5 that time round. So he's faster than McGovern on the last lap. And that's including that unsuccessful lunge into Southside. So Andy Dalton hasn't given up just yet. He lapsed out into the 62s until McGovern passed him. And then all of a sudden he's pulling it out of the bag. So great stuff. Oh, he misses his apex though down at turn 3. I think he's right on the edge here. That will allow McGovern to get away. That's probably the end of that. 5 minutes still to go on this one. Dalton on the way out of turn 2, 4 minutes 18 still to go. The order now: Michael Cullen, Rob McGovern, Andy Dalton, Des Bruton, Des Meehan, Willie Flaherty, and Dominic Ryan didn't appear. His name is coming up on the screen but not showing as registering any laps. So Cullen it is, looking for his second win of the day. Obviously completely unfazed by that shunt in the Fiesta STs. He's just done fastest lap last time round, 1 minute .774. McGovern beginning to work at the wheel, moving the car, moving around under him quite a lot, needing all that curve on the exit of Southside. Yeah, 101.9, so a second slower than Michael Cullen that time round as Rod McGovern. 2-2 for Andy Dalton, so they've both gone out a little bit in terms of lap times. Cullen one more time, all a little bit spread out at the moment. Through the left and the right. The hill towards Southside. Lapping considerably quicker than anybody else now. His LOH team on the pit wall there as ever. Another 7/10 quicker than Rob McGovern. That time around, the gap out to 8.1 seconds. So 1 minute .949 for Cullen, a minute 101.6 for McGovern, 102.4 for Andy Dalton, and Des Bruton just going through now 104.208. So McGovern we're looking at now heading out towards turn 3 with 2 minutes to go. Right out to the curb, still hasn't given up. Beautiful drift out to the curbs for Cullen. 145, 2 laps probably to go. We get this one and one more. Again, a minute .9. Really is in the groove here, Michael Cullen. There's nobody anywhere near him. 103.1 for McGovern. 102.4 for Andy Dalton. So Dalton now trying to have a go back at Rob McGovern for second place. There we are. Andy Dalton has closed McGovern back down. Andy Dalton not going to give up here. Really having a go, which wouldn't have been in the plan for Rod McGovern. He was hoping to get away from Andy and had closed down Cullen. Not happening at 3-2. And Andy Dalton would have 61.7 and has another go on the brakes down into turn 1. Andy Dalton really would love an LOH scalp here. And he's having a go. The checker flag's prepared, but it's not over yet. Let's watch this one around the last lap because McGovern's in trouble here. He's got a real racy pursuer, the man that's been doing all the last of the late breakers. If Andy Dalton can leave him alone here and get a good run through the S's. Oh no, a sideways moment for Andy Dalton. It's not that I'd favour him. I was just hoping for one of his lunges up into the final corner, and he's far too far back, I think, for even Andy Dalton to have a go. There's Michael Cullen, and he's going to come down to yet another win. Do the double today. Almost at an NST win, a little bit sideways there on the way. Luke O'Hara will have a go at him for that, no doubt. He waves at the LOH team. or maybe apologises for going sideways and takes the checkered flag yet again at Mondello Park. Dalton is indeed very late in the brakes and does close down Rod Mcgovern as they stick a lap on Willie Flaherty. Mcgovern with thumbs up, but not far behind them. A great drive from Andy Dalton to keep one of the two LOH cars honest and give us a little bit of entertainment too. So Michael Cullen takes win number 2. Rob McGovern is second, and right in his wheel tracks Andy Dalton. Then it's going to be Des Bruton, the gentleman of the class. There he is, number 90. Then it will be Des Meehan and then Willie Flaherty. In fact, Des Meehan not too far from Des Bruton. The two Deses, there they are. And there we go. That's it from Strikers. Next up in a few minutes' time will be the SEAT Super Cup Ireland cars. So SEAT Super Cup Ireland back out for their second race of the day. The ECU's all switched around again. Always great to see it. Dave Maguire going to start this one from pole position. Former 3 times Fiesta ST champion, but he's having trouble with that car today. Won't be happy with this. Dave Maguire prefer to be a lot closer to the pace. Alongside him in the front row, a danger man Brian Berry, and Paul Parr, Ross Barnes, Harry McGovern, Graham McDonald, Barry English, Shane Murphy and Ger Toll. So getting ready to go now. InsureMyCars.ie machine of Dave Maguire on pole position. And alongside that is the Murray Motorsport car of Brian Berry. No doubt Sean and Siobhan Woods will be on watching this and cheering on their man, Brian Berry. Ran with them for a long time in various different saloon car classes. Then it's Paul Parr. And it's Ross Barnes. Watch out for Ross. Nowhere near his starting point. In fact, neither of those two cars are in the second row of the grid. Then young Mcgovern went so well earlier on, as did alongside him Graham McDonald and Barry English, Shane Murphy and the rest. Barry makes a great start from the outside the front row. He's ahead, but is he far enough ahead as they go under the bridge? Can he close the door? I think he can. Oh, he's very late in the brakes. Good stuff from Brian Berry, and just gets across in front, gets to the apex in front of Dave Maguire. All the red and white cars scrapping away at the back. That's the Kylemore car of Towell. Barry English in there too. Brian Berry making good his escape early on. Dave Maguire trying to chase him down. Paul Parr then having come up from the supercar class, which seems to have disappeared. Then it's Ross Barnes. Watch out for Ross Barnes, the Barnes Autohouse car. Then Harry Mcgovern, who's gone really well today. He's taken to these cars like a duck to water. And Graham McDonald, Shane Murphy, Towell and English. Siobhan Woods messaging me, of course I'm watching, and sideways stuff from Ross Barnes. If he held on to that, I'll be impressed. He did. Good stuff from Ross Barnes. The drifting is next week, Ross. Japfest. But I don't know how he did that on cold rear tyres. We spoke about it earlier. There's no lock. Really, there's not much lock on these cars to get him back, but that's almost worth a look back at. Ross Barnes hanging onto it there, coming out of the S's. So Brian Berry leads. Second place is Dave Maguire. Dave Maguire actually looks like the car's going okay in second place. He's not being swamped, so hopefully that car is all running correctly. Had terrible trouble with it over the last 2 days. Paul Parr going nicely there as well in third place. I'm not sure of the ECU situation on these at the moment, but I'm just waiting for that to come through. Brilliant, thanks very much. Tommy Hayes sending it straight through to us there. Murphy 310, English 320, McDonald 330. So great stuff. Everybody else on 340. Murphy cannot now be caught in the series. Thanks, Tommy. That means there's your champion in the middle. The orange and white car for Turvos Gas. Once again, Shane Murphy has done enough and is the new 2022 champion. But he'd love a win here, wouldn't he? And Dave Maguire looking racy in second place. Little lunge down the inside of Brian Berry there. The two Murray Motorsport teammates, 1-2 in this one. Ross Barnes in third place. Mcgovern in fourth. McDonald with a smaller ECU then in fifth place. So Murphy, English and McDonald are the three guys with the ECUs. Murphy with 310, English 320, McDonald 330. So Mcgovern has full 340. Let's keep an eye on him. He was very, very impressive in the first race. Ross Barnes in his fastest lap last time round. What? Including that sideways moment? Ross Barnes, I'd love to see the onboard of that lap. Fastest lap to Rob Mcgovern, 58.898 last time round. He's in fact he's motoring up towards the leaders. Now, I wonder has Ross Barnes, he qualified at the back, which I was very, very, which I found interesting because he's never at the back, but obviously he used his old tyres and now he has the full ECU and new rubber on, perhaps. He's looking very good in third place, Ross Barnes. He's done this to perfection on a number of occasions, and he looks very good there in third place. These say it suit him, perhaps even more so than the STs he raced before. He's been very quick all season long, Ross Barnes. Fastest lap again to Ross Barnes as they go by, 58.2 now. 59 dead for the leader. So Ross Barnes looking very good. The order as they went by: Brian Berry, Dave Maguire, Ross Barnes, Harry Mcgovern, Graham McDonald, Shane Murphy, Barry English, Jared Toll and Paul Parr, who's gone down a lap. We must be missing Paul Parr, I think. He was right in there. Maguire with a good run in over the curb there to try and get that traction up the hill. He'll be wary of the fact that Ross Barnes is closing him down, and the young star of the class as well, Harry Mcgovern. He was on pole position this morning, remember, Harry Mcgovern, but that cost him a few brake horsepower when it came to the race, but he still worked it well. Oh, look at that, a look up the inside from Barnes. Dave Maguire right on the back boot lid and bumper indeed of his teammate Brian Berry, but having to fend off Ross Barnes as well. Looks very quick, and here comes Mcgovern and McDonald and Murphy with these two lower powered ECUs are not that far away. If these boys start mixing it up, and I suspect they're going to, as Dave Maguire goes a little bit wide and Barnes just a little bit of a kiss on the back bumper perhaps, and tries to get alongside on the way out of turn 2, but Mcgovern has wrong-footed him now. Mcgovern and Barnes side by side on the way out towards turn 3, and Mcgovern has to back out of it. Barnes not letting him have it there, and up over the inside curb with both of them. These factory-built touring cars, great cars to drive, 340 brake horsepower, left-hand drive, paddle shift gearboxes, and great entertainment. The drivers absolutely love them. Here they come again, down into Bridgestone corner. It's Berry, Maguire, Barnes and Mcgovern. Fastest lap still to Ross Barnes, 58.2. He's boxed up to a certain extent now behind Dave Maguire. Here, look at this, Graham McDonald's in on it now, so is Shane Murphy. Shane Murphy, I think, was a bit optimistic pulling out there to try and get a run at Graham McDonald, purely because he has 310. He's 30 brake horsepower less than the cars in front, bar McDonald, of course. So Berry going nicely now and beginning to ease away, perhaps. He was 7/10 ahead. He got down into a 58 the last time round. 58.988, 59.2 for Dave Maguire, 59.5 for Ross Barnes, 59.5 for Harry Mcgovern, and 58.9 for Graham McDonald. So Graham McDonald going nicely and bringing Shane Murphy with him. Here are the two cars with the lower powered ECUs right in our shot now. They go through the S's. The train of Say It Super Cups now up at the final corner. I don't know if he was defending or if he was having a look down the inside there, Graham McDonald. So Murphy not pulling out actually to pass. I wonder if he's looking for cold air there for his car. He's just not following McDonald down the straight very late in the brakes, so it closes him right down again. So they're all line astern, but nobody having a go just yet. Still 8 minutes 44 to go on this one. So Berry, Maguire, Barnes, Mcgovern, McDonald, and almost getting alongside McDonald there was Shane Murphy, our new champion at the back of this group. He'd love to celebrate the championship with a win, but of course he's got 310 brake horsepower because he won that first race. Berry driving beautifully, not making any mistakes. Centre of the road on the way up the south side corner. Big group of cars behind him, but nobody getting along. So Barnes looks good. A good run off the final corner for Barnes. Shane Murphy as well, but just has to slot in behind McDonald. Berry turning in early as well. We've seen a lot of them doing that. Right into the apex early, whereas the traditional line around that corner would have been a late apex to try and come out on the inside to maximise your run through turn 2, but some of these cars react well to trail braking apparently, and it can work to get the nose in early. Some of the single-seater cars and Boss saying the same. Up and over the inside curve for Graham McDonald, allowing Murphy to get alongside once again on the pull up the hill. No moves from Dave Maguire just yet, but he seems happy to just sit behind Graham McDonald. Shane Murphy, the one that's trying to put all the moves here. He's got alongside on a number of occasions. McGovern's got away from those two and closed down Ross Barnes. Now Barnes with another good run. Gets a good run out of that final corner every time, does Ross Barnes. Tries to get alongside Dave Maguire for that second place, but Maguire just completely composed, stays down the inside. Haven't had any changes just yet. 6 minutes 53 to go. Barry English. Toll going through the Colmore Cars machine. In fact, we are missing Paul Parr. Disappeared after just 2 laps. That's a shame. Had been going nicely, as we said. There's the coffee to go car of Graham McDonald. Tried to scrabble his way up onto the back of Harry Mcgovern, but he's got 2 problems. One is the lack of brake horsepower, and the other one is the new champion breathing all over him as they come down into Bridgestone corner. So it's the first 4 cars that have broken away now. It's Berry, Maguire, Barnes and Mcgovern. All go down the inside bar. Mcgovern, little kiss on the back bumper for Dave Maguire from Ross Barnes at the apex there. Perhaps slows him a little bit, and Mcgovern gets the run this time. 6 minutes still to go, still fastest lap to Barnes. Oh, Mcgovern so late in the brakes down the outside of Ross Barnes. Can he make it stick around the outside? He has a go. A little touch of the brakes for Barnes, and Mcgovern's through. Well, a great stuff from young Mcgovern, and Barnes having to make sure his buddy doesn't get by as well, Graham McDonald. But that was a good move by Mcgovern down the out. It started at the final corner, got a run on the way out, and then got down the outside on the brakes, and just sat around the outside, had enough to keep the nose up the inside of Campion corner. And Ross Barnes didn't want any contact, so stayed out of it, but that's dropped him right into this as a 4-car battle now, because right behind him is Graham McDonald, and right with him is Shane Murphy, who's just retained his championship in this class. Oh, Murphy going to the inside looking for a bit of tarmac, but there's none there. He goes back to the outside. It's all very, very busy, isn't it? Mcgovern up to 3rd place now, looking no doubt to try and get away, and Berry beginning to ease away. Oh, and a big shunt there. It's Mcgovern off into the barrier on the inside. A big, big hit. That's a radiator done. I think he'll be absolutely fine. I'm not sure if somebody caught him by the tail, but certainly the car was just into the barriers hard enough, and that's early on down the main straight, but there are bits of Sayat all over the main straight here down below me. There's the car. He's absolutely fine. Graham McDonald is out of the car. That's a shame. He's thrown his gloves down. He was going so well. He really has taken to these Sayats very, very well. The red flags are out immediately, and we'll bring that race to a halt. We'll have to bring that car back in. That's a shame. Graham McDonald had been going so well, but that's a big, big hit into the barrier there, and he's absolutely fine. That's the main thing, and he's out of the car. Red flags are out now. The red flags are out. The race has been stopped. So here's the leader coming back down there. Shirley, oh, it says safety car now. Red flags have been brought back in, I think. So I see a safety car sign below me. There it is on the right-hand side. No. Yeah, safety car. So the safety car is being dispatched. There's a rescue crew already there. Absolutely fine. They're just having a word with Graham, but he's obviously fine. He's out of the car really, really quickly. A lot of steam around the car there, but they seem perfectly happy with it. I think that's just fluids, radiators. They can be quite costly to repair these cars, but it did its job. Graham was absolutely fine and out of the car straight away. He's already coming back in. Let's have a look at that. Let's have a replay, look at that and see what happened as they came out of the final corner. Here we go. Watch Graham McDonald. He went wide. Murphy gets up the inside. McDonald closes the door. Murphy's already there, and McDonald into the barrier. Well, it's pretty clear what happened there, but it looked like Murphy, well, he had the job done, did he? Was he up the inside? Certainly looked like it. I'm not sure if Graham McDonald was unsided or not, but that's heavy contact into the barrier for Graham McDonald's absolute shame. As soon as the contact happened, Shane Murphy backed out of it. You could see that. Maybe we'll see it again, but certainly a big, big hit into the barrier. Let's watch that one again and just see what happened. Shane Murphy trying the switchback. He has the switchback. He's up the inside. He's not far up the inside, but he's certainly up along the back door or thereabouts. That's what happened. Yeah, just unsettled the back of Graham McDonald's car. And Murphy backs out of it. Look at the front of his car dipping down. He backs out of it and actually gets on the brakes there straight away to try and stop it. But the damage was done. The trajectory of the car was over towards the Armco barriers. Very spectacular crash in that car. But I think it's just radiator gone. Hopefully it's not structural. But it doesn't look pretty as it goes by us. Great job for the See It Live crew to get that one, to catch that, and to be able to show it back to us so quickly. Thank you very much. And the main thing, as we said, is that Graham McDonald is absolutely fine. The BMW Ireland safety car is out. The cars are being... no, they're not red flag. We've just seen a red flag out there. That will be a result, I would imagine. So, well, there you go. Sean and Siobhan Woods will be happy with that one. Their man's going to take the win. I think Brian Berry will confirm that, but I think provisionally he will take it. Dave McGuire would be delighted to get a podium. He's had 2 tough days with the car, giving him a spot of bother. And then 3rd place, Harry Mcgovern, who's really, really impressing us on his transition to these Sayat Super Cups. That's his dad, Rod's car. So the Marshal's just out on track, picking up bits of Sayat, really. There's a wing and a few other bits and pieces, and then a little bit of fluid. I suspect that's coolant. But the rescue crew, great job as ever. They were there really, really quickly. And one of them got Graham out of the car, brought him back over. He'll be given precautionary checks by the doctor, but I suspect he's absolutely fine. The pack are still being led around. There's Barry Swan right in the middle of it, just moving some bits off the track. Rescue crew doing the same thing, just removing some loose parts. They'll probably use the teleporter to get that car back in. So number 48 will have no more, no, the red flags are out. I think that's probably the end of that one.
Rob. Have we 2 brushes? Here, you get started with that.
Well, while the track is being cleaned up, we'll take a quick break and we'll be back racing live at Mondello Park shortly at the round 5 of the Digital Motorsports ICCR.
Square left onto the loop. Yeah, that's good. Good drive. Keep going. Keep going, keep going, keep going. Rev it up, rev it up. George, go, go, go. One right, immediately followed by a 5 right. Keep it in, keep it in, keep it in. Come on, keep on, keep on, keep on. Keep on, keep on, keep on. Come on, come on, keep going, keep going, keep going.
Every day is a chance to make this world your own. Just watch out for those you share it with. My world, my station, my music.
So, Patch Tire Equipment Junior Minis coming down to the grid for their second race of the day. Well, it's not actually their second race of the day, is it? It's their fifth race of the day, because they've had 3 online races, 3 sim races with Digital Motorsports, who sponsor the ICCR, and they're part of that championship. And David Travers was the man in the sims, and he starts on pole again. Away he goes. Cody Keogh trying to go with him. They've been closely matched all year, this pairing. Travers leading away. Cody Keogh was slightly quicker in qualifying, but Cody Keogh and Luke Marmion didn't come back into Park Ferme, so got themselves a little rap on the knuckles and a 2-place grid penalty, which put them back behind Travers. That's why Travers starts on the front row all on his own. We're not sure what happened in race 1, but Travers came to a halt at the end of the first lap on the main straight and then got going again, and that just separated them, whereas this time they're not separated. They're absolutely together as they go down into turn 3, and Cody Keogh having a real go around the outside of Travers there as they go out of our view. I think he's got him, has he? He has, right round the outside of turn 3. Cody Keogh just takes Travers there. Travers leading the championship, Cody Keogh in second place as they come back towards us into Bridgestone corner. Keogh just driving away here. Travers going to have to get back to him pretty quickly. Cody Keogh does an impressive first lap for him. Around the outside, the leader at turn 3. Travers closing him down slightly as they go out of the S's and up towards Southside though. Out onto the main straight now, and they're together. Travers fighting back, so Cody Keogh goes through. 52.67 is Travers. 7 is Marmion. Travers looking like he can hang on to Keogh here as they come out of Max's corner and through Campion. So they're still together now as they head out towards the double apex right-hander. Oh, and Travers looking to go around the outside of door handle stuff. Travers and Cody Keogh now absolutely together. So Travers really trying to have a go back here. And he's got it back. Travers has got it back. We've had 2 moves around the outside of turn 3 and 2 laps from the junior minis. All of a sudden they're livening up. This is great stuff. Getting the cars out of shape, both of them, as they come down into Bridgestone corner. The Mondello Park scholarship car back in front now. Cody Keogh in second place. Keogh known to us from karting circles, known to be very quick. David Travers, a product of the Wexford Motor Club Youth Academy. His father was a very successful karter and autocross driver as well. But yeah, Travers, very determined move. Cody Keogh did him around the outside of turn 3, so he just did it back a lap later. Travers leads, Cody Keogh second. They're grabbing 4th gear going by us now, down towards Max's corner. 1600cc, somewhere around 120 brake horsepower. These cars are pretty much standard Mini Coopers or Mini 1s. They run a championship map from O'Brien Motorsport from ProTune. So they've all got the exact same ECU, and the scrutineers can read that. So welcome back, and once again it's the Budget Tin Tops out on track, and it's the Siltec Safety, the West Dublin safety wear and logoed clothing company that sponsored this class for the last 2 seasons. Siltec Safety, Neil Murphy, a man very much involved in the class as well, and in the running of it as well as the sponsorship of it, so great to have him still on board here at Mondello Park, and his enthusiasm has been rewarded because it's the biggest class for many years at Mondello Park. There's 47 people registered in this class, but even more impressive than that, there are 17 novices, 17 first-time drivers this year in the Siltec Safety, I'm mixing up the Formula B fans, Siltec Safety Fiesta Z-Tech Championship. Gives us great entertainment. Ian Fishburne has had a terrible year. His car has given him terrible trouble. He hasn't been able to get it going. He's finally given up and he's rented a Murray Motorsport car for the weekend. He started this from pole position. Phil Lawless, our onboard cameraman, next up. James Byrne is next up, the rookie champion, newly crowned rookie champion. How a rookie is up there, I don't know. He's done superbly this year, James Byrne. He was very, very impressive this morning. Then Ulick Burke, Jack Byrne, Keith Rabbit, Michael Barrable, just talent pouring out of the grid here. Rob Barrable, Keith Dawson, Eduardo Gonzaga, another really impressive rookie this year. He's taken 2 rookie wins, Eduardo Gonzaga. Then Sean McGovern, Andy Kavanagh was on pole position this morning. Then Keelan Noon, Kieran Larkin, Dara Brennan, Caleb Shanley, Luke Noon, Kelsey Kirby, Mark O'Donoghue, Cole McLaughlin, Emma Dempsey, Luke Kilmartin, Lorcan McGivney, Cathal Ward, Chloe Kellett, Laura Hannon and Sam Kyo. So a packed grid, as you can see, in the Siltec Safety Fiesta Z-Tech Championships. 1250cc, 1248cc Z-Tech engines, somewhere around 80 brake horsepower. You can skim the head a little bit to the championship regs. That's pretty much it. Can't use racing suspension. Use KYB shocks, standard shocks. They're only about 25 or 30 euro each, the shocks. You can get lowering springs, not much more than 100 euro for the 4 springs, and then just your safety requirements. So a very, very inexpensive class to get involved in. Well, Phil Lawless gets a good start, but not as good as Fishburne, who's away in the Murray Motorsport car. Phil Lawless in the TSG car moves across behind him now and down towards turn 1. Lawless, as we can see on board, happy enough in second place, but just wants to defend that down into second. Keith Rabbit having a look around the outside of him though in the Rapco car, and James Byrne there too in Dent Magic car, then the Tire Brigade car of Ulick Burke, and all the rest come charging through. Michael Barrable looking good, or he's right at the back of that front group, looking good for the championship here. Needs a good finish though. Fishburne with the head down early on, and who's that? That's Rob Barrable around the outside of James Byrne and bringing Jack Byrne with him. Jack Byrne, of course, one of the most talented guys around. He's an instructor for us here at Mondello Park. He's been doing loads of heroics in the UK Mini Challenge this year. Another Wexford Youth Academy graduate. Here we are, we've caught Fishburne down into the S's. Very much on form today, Phil Lawless, isn't he? Gets turned in, looks so relaxed in the car. Changes gear there into third gear. Flat through the back of the S's, and look at that, Fishburne goes defensive before he even comes off the S's because he knows Phil will take a lunge, and Phil does think about it, sends him over there to defend, goes high and wide and comes back, and can he get up the inside the way I suspect he might be able to? He can do. Phil Lawless to perfection is down the inside. Closing the door now is Fishburne, but Phil Lawless says, I don't think so, I work here. And he takes the lead going under the BMW bridge. Lawless leads now on the inside, but Fishburne fighting back on the outside. Fishburne so late on the brakes, but Phil Lawless has got it all done. Our number 7 leads. Rapco is third with Keith Rabbit. Rob Barrable is 4th place. This is great stuff. Then it's James Byrne, Jack Byrne, Ulick Burke, Michael Barrable, Keith Dawson and Eduardo Gonzaga is inside the top 10. So now Fishburne beginning to pile it back onto Phil Lawless. This is going to be a cracker up front. Phil Lawless down to the first apex. There we go. Nice and relaxed, Phil. Fix it, Phil. We call him at Mondello Park. Nothing's too much of a problem for him here. He's on the operations team. But loves his racing. Always goes well in the little Z-Tech. It's starting to go very well in an ST2. Look at Keith Rabbit. He's always very racy, Keith Rabbit. He's looking for a gap. If there's half one, he'll find it. Rob Barrable in there too. I think Rob probably knows that his dad has done enough for the title, so maybe he's going to have a little bit of race himself. Ulick Burke and Michael Barrable side by side in the background. Burke on the outside, Barrable on the inside. But Phil Lawless doesn't even block. He's so confident up the outside. He's going to let the boys scrap it. If he can do that once or twice, he will get away. These cars are so closely matched. That's what's happening. Look behind him, diving for the inside is Fishburne. Oh, Rob Barrable, I don't think Keith Dawson saw him. He got a run. Keith Rabbit, I should say, sorry. I don't think he saw him. It's just a big swerve to the outside. Don't know if Fishburne missed the gear, but it's all getting a little bit crowded, and Barrable down the inside now. Keith Rabbit on the outside. Barrable's got that place, I think, has he? If he can sit around the outside of Campion, and he can, I think. He can. Rob Barrable, another great race driver. There's some depth of talent in this class. Some of the real quick guys from other classes coming in for a go. And Rob Barrable's won in pretty much anything on the racetrack. Oh, but Keith Rabbitt's so committed. Around he goes. Oh, Keith Rabbitt's sitting around the outside. James Byrne, he held on to it though. That's the drifting is next week, Keith. Jobfest is next week. Maybe we should bring Keith back for Jobfest because that was very well held. But James Byrne mightn't agree with me. Unfortunately, James Byrne had to go off. The waved yellow was only waved for about two moves of the flag because they were all back on board. Here's Keith again. The two Keiths saying how's it going as they come back down into the S's. But all this is allowing our man, Phil Lawless, to ease away up front. Then it's Fishburne, then it's Rob Barrable, the two Murray Motorsport rent-a-cars, then Jack Byrne, and Michael Barrable, the benefactor of all that. He's very, very good in traffic. Andy Kavanagh, and is that Keith Dawson just in front of him? Indeed it is. Then it's Ulick Burke and Keith Rabbitt, still side by side for a lap. On the other side, Warner Gonzaga, I should say. Garatara, Brazilian driver. Andy Kavanagh in the middle of it there, then Gonzaga, then Ulick Burke, then Mcgovern. .10.942 for Phil Lawless, only a couple of tenths off the lap record. Phil Lawless just driving away here. He's probably the only one in the whole field that's not in a dice. Well, let's jump on board for a couple of corners of Phil. Here he comes. Looks like a Sunday drive. Down to second gear, nice and easy. Doesn't unsettle the car. Gets the car turned in. But just there, he lets the car go wide. That's a peculiar thing to a Z-Tech. Most cars, you wouldn't do that. You'd be trying to stay to the left to maximise your line through here, but not so much in a Z-Tech. And considering he's on lap record pace, he's certainly doing it all correct. Look at him right on the white line, using every inch of track. The two Murray Motorsport cars side by side, but Jack Byrne's got the nose up the inside of Rob Barrable, who sits around the outside, but I think Jack Byrne is going to hold on there on the inside. They're side by side. Barrable on the outside, Byrne on the inside, just behind the white car here. Michael Barrable right with them. How's it going? How are you, Rob? Rob Barrable down the outside. Yeah, no, Jack Byrne's done it. That's good stuff from Jack Byrne. Good race. Locking a rear wheel, which is unusual in a Z-Tech. Jack Byrne's car locking that inside rear wheel as he comes down into the S's, or into the first corner, I should say. There's Mick Keogh going through in the Jay Dunnigan car. Beautifully prepared car. He won best prepared car at the last race meeting. In fact, the championship, Neil Murphy's down there with a load of different prizes. They've got a driver of the day, which the Klein Motor Factories have given us prizes for, and a socket set, I think, was won by Keith Rabbitt in race one. I'm not sure who's going to get the driver of the day prize in this one, but Klein and Ratcool Motor Factories given us some fantastic prizes, and of course we have best prepared car from the Detailing Emporium at every round. Don't know yet. Someone behind just mentioned that Phil won't get that. Phil's car looks quite smart today. Let's leave him alone. Phil Lawless there just driving away with this one. Well, there will be celebrations tonight if Phil can take this one third gear down to second gear. Look at that. Nobody near him. Gets it turned in. Somebody's gone off behind him backwards on the left there. There it is. That's Fishburne. Ian Fishburne gone off in the background. Not sure what happened there. Rob Barrable and Jack Byrne now up to what looks like a joint second. But yeah, Fishburne gone off on the inside. Won't be happy about that one. So Jack Byrne up to second place. Then the two Barrables behind him, and Rob Barrable letting his dad down the inside. Go on then, give a championship to win. Michael Barrable down the inside. He could do it without Rob's help anyway, so I'm sure they'll have a bit of a scrap to the line now. Michael Barrable's done it all to perfection this year. Really has driven well, as he did last year. He's got loads of racecraft in, and he knows when he needs to make up places and when to just get points. That's the key in this class, especially when they swap the top six round for race two. Locking a wheel though, he does like to have a little bit of a dice. He's not going to sit back in this one. So Michael Barrable now with his son Rob Barrable behind him, heading for the 2022 Fiesta ZTEC Siltex Safety Championship for 2 years in a row, and he gets into the back of Jack Byrne there. Jack Byrne goes wide, gets it turned in. Michael Barrable just gives him a little kiss on the quarter panel. But look behind them, Keith Rabbitt is coming back. Keith Rabbitt has got by Keith Dawson, and he's going nicely. We'll watch the lap times when they come back round us. But somebody down the inside, that's Andy Kavanagh in the background. But yeah, Keith Rabbitt's got by Keith Dawson, and he's coming up towards Rob Barrable. So let's watch the lap times as they go by. Fastest lap, Michael Barrable, 10.767. Is that a new lap record? It is. It's a new lap record for Michael Barrable. 10.767, yep. New track record for Michael Barrable. So 2 championships and a new lap record. I'm not sure when he did that one. I haven't seen him get a clear lap. But they're all going very quickly. It's cool air out there. That does help. But 10.970 for somebody else there as well. Ulick Burke has done a 10.9. So they're absolutely flying today. So brilliant stuff. Jack Byrne, Michael Barrable Rob Barrable now, and Keith Rabbit having a go at Rob Barrable. So this is great entertainment, isn't it? And there's Ulick Burke. He sent me a message earlier with a picture of the third place trophy and said that was hard work. Indeed it was. Everybody having a go today. Rob Barrable down the inside. Keith Rabbit trying high and wide to get a run at him on the way out. Keith Dawson in there too. He's a championship contender. But I think this is going to do it for Michael Barrable. There'll be celebrations in the camp tonight. But what about Phil Lawless? This is cracking stuff from him. It really is. Oh, Barrable thinking of a lunge up the inside. Rob's behind him going, think of the championship, Dad. Rob's not going to let anyone by, is he? He's down the inside. He's good and late getting on the power. But Keith Rabbit has got to run around the outside of him. They're side by side now. This is good stuff from Keith Rabbit. They're side by side, and he carried the momentum around the outside. Look at this in the background. And Keith Rabbit's got it done. He's got by Rob Barrable. So Barrable is so late down the outside trying to get it back off him, but that is a thinking manoeuvre, I would describe it. I'm sure it can be better worded than that, but he really used his head there to do that one. He got Rob to defend, then he carried the speed around the outside. He was on the straight and just inched past him. And I wonder, can he get away now, or can Rob Barrable do anything about it? There we go, the Rapco car is up another place. He really is starring today on his return to the series. Keith Rabbit absolutely loves his motor racing, as we said earlier, and gives us great entertainment. Oh, side by side, Michael Barrable has got a run at Jack Byrne. He doesn't need to be turfed off here as they come down into the main arena for the left-hander again. They stay apart. Good hard racing. They give each other racing room. They're two really good saloon car racers. Maybe one a little bit older than the other, but they're both equally talented. Barrable's now on the inside on the run up the hill. Jack Byrne on the outside. Surely Barrable would get it done on the brakes. He does. Jack Byrne gives it to him, but goes wide to try and get a better run on the way out. Barrable has it contained, but Jack Byrne very quick around the outside. I think he's possibly going to get the nose ahead. He has got the nose ahead. Surely Barrable could just stay side by side and do it on the brakes. I'm not so sure. Jack Byrne has almost done him. There's nothing in it in a straight line. There never is in this class. If Barrable gets down the inside, and I think Michael Barrable's up to second place. He is. That's a move worthy of a champion, isn't it? But Jack Byrne's not going to hand it to him. He's still having a go, and Keith Rabbit is motoring up towards them. Keith Rabbit, that's it. Oh, Jack Byrne around the outside of turn 2 and stays there. Campion Corner giving us all the entertainment today. John Campion would be chuckling away at this one. That's a good move. And here he comes, Barrable on the outside. He'd be lucky not to. No, he's going to sit round the outside. Keith Rabbit up the inside of him, though. Barrable could be in a spot of bother here. You don't need to be involved in any of this sort of stuff when you're going for a championship, but he does love a good scrap, as does Keith Rabbit. So Barrable back 2 places. Now he's back on the brakes again. He really is having a go. Michael Barrable up over the inside curb, trying to avoid Jack Byrne there. And he does, but he has to lift, and that's Keith Rabbit surely through. Phil Lawless will be watching this in the mirrors going, I've never had this so easy. Well, nobody else having it too easy. It's Jack Byrne with the wing mirror hanging off. Then it's the Rapco car. Then it's the MB Motors car of Michael Barrable. Then it's Rob Barrable next up. Then Keith Dawson. Then Andy Kavanagh. And Ulick Burke coming back into the mix now. This is great stuff. Ulick Burke in the tyre brigade. He's running 3 cars this weekend, having great fun. He's running Luke, one of the newcomers, who's out for his first ever race this weekend, which is fantastic stuff. Luke Kilmartin in the N6 Delhi car. Some good stuff. Young Mcgovern going through there. Eduardo as well. Noon and Mark O'Donoghue. Just going a bit wide there, Noon on the way out. Luke Kilmartin up to 22nd place. 28 cars still running. Fastest lap still to Michael Barrable, new lap record. They're all going incredibly quickly. Just 3 minutes 38 to go. This is such a good race. Oh, Keith Rabbit goes a little bit wide. The Rapco car out over the curbs. Barrable doesn't get a run on him though. He tries to, but just doesn't happen on that occasion. Jack Byrne, nice and confident, turns in late, but Keith Rabbit right with him. We just have such an abundance of talented saloons in Ireland, and quite a lot of them are in this race. Phil Lawless will be absolutely loving this. It's not often you get away in Zetex for a win. It happens sometimes, but it doesn't happen very often. And Phil Lawless just counting the head down and banging in the laps. 11-2 that time round. Of course, the guys behind him all in the 12s, most of them in the 12s because they're scrapping. There's Jack Byrne. We're on board again. Early turn in from all his secrets being given away from Phil Lawless, and right out to the outside of the track on the exit. Again, that's quite unusual. Ulick Burke up another place. Ulick Burke, I think, has got ahead of Andy Kavanagh. Indeed he has. Some of the other drivers coming through. Some good battles all the way down the field there. Lorcan McGivney going through. That's James Byrne and Cole McLaughlin. Cole McLaughlin, another driver, has gone really well. I think he's 3rd in the rookie championship. He's gone well all year in that rookie series. It is indeed. That's about 17th or 18th place out of somewhere near 30 drivers. Here Comes Jack Byrne again. Keith Rabbit really would like to have a go on him, but that looks like it's going to be our podium with 2 minutes 14 to go, although never say never in this class. Keith Dawson still going nicely, but Ulick Burke beginning to pile the pressure on him now. Phil Lawless 4.1 seconds to the good. 11.4 last time round. 11.1 for Jack Byrne actually, but he's not going to catch up 4 seconds in 2 minutes. Goes a little bit wide on the exit, but these Fiestas don't mind that. They don't have racing suspension, so you don't upset them that much. It's, they've used them in rallycross as well. They're really good in rallycross and really good when it rains in rallycross because they're quite pliant for a racing car. That's when you can see them brake. Watch here, you can see the front of the cars going down. Oh, Keith Rabbit, sideways stuff from him there as he tries it down the inside. Michael Barrow up alongside him again. Surely Michael will sit around the outside of him at turn 2. He will, but Keith won't lift either. Barrow does get it done. Must be the only racing car really you can regularly go around the outside of Campion Corner. Maybe it's only since we renamed it Campion Corner everybody's having a go, but great action through that corner, and again down at turn 3. It's Byrne, and Barrow goes wide, a little bit of understeer, and that allows Keith Rabbit alongside him again. Keith Rabbit will surely have a go around the outside. If he can sit around the outside here, he'll have the inside, waves yellows in the background. Barrow locks it inside front. Barrow's having scraps he doesn't need to have here. He gets back down the inside and gets the place back. He's now in 3rd place, is he? He is. Yellows at turn 3. Not sure what's happening down there. Thirty-7 seconds to go, so you were on the last lap for Phil Lawless. Looking very good for Flawless Lawless here inside the final lap. Phil Lawless going beautifully. Jack Byrne in 2nd, Barrable in 3rd, Keith Rabbit down to 4th, Rob Barrable, Keith Dawson, Ulick Burke, Andy Kavanagh, Alan Dawson, Sean McGovern. Sean McGovern up to 10th now, and then Eduardo Gonzaga 11th from Mark O'Donoghue. Barrable still trying to hold back Keith Dawson on this, the final lap. Oh, Keith Rabbit, I keep saying Keith Dawson, I'm getting too excited. He gets down the inside, but he backs out of that one. That's what they've been trained to do at driver's briefing. They're explaining to some of the newcomers about how far up the car you have to be before the corner can be yours, because a lot of guys were getting clipped in the quarter panel. It wasn't huge damage this year, but a lot of over-enthusiastic driving mid-grid. The checkered flag is ready below us, and it's going to be the Mondello man. Works here during the week, races here at the weekend. Fergus Brennan is practicing his flag-waving skills here below me for his colleague. Here comes Phil Lawless. He's out of the final corner. We're on board with Phil Lawless. This is what it looks like to take the checkered flag. Oh, he flashes the lights. Give us a punch in the air, Phil. Nothing at all, no. He looks very, very relaxed, doesn't he? That's great stuff. And that will be a popular win in the Fiesta Z-Tech Championship. So Phil Lawless takes it. Jack Byrne next up. Then Michael Barrable, the new champion. Then Keith Dawson, Ulick Burke, Andy Kavanagh, Alan Dawson, Rob Barrable, Eduardo Gonzaga, Sean McGovern. Keith Rabbit dropped way back on the last lap. Mark O'Donoghue is 12th. Keelan Noon, Mick Keogh, Dara Brennan, Richard Byrne, Cole McLaughlin, James Byrne. Then Luke Noon, Kelsey Kirby, Lorcan McGivney, Luke Kilmartin in 22nd in his first race meeting. Caleb Shanley unusually far back. And it's going to be Sam Keogh just getting across the line ahead of Cathal Ward. Good scrap there. And Chloe Kellen right with them as well. And Laura Hannon in the Digital Motorsport car. They just about got that car going. I think they've changed engines and everything in that car. Well, there you go. Great stuff from the Siltec Safety Fiesta Z-Techs, and what great entertainment to be broadcasting here from Mondello Park on the ICCR live stream. Michael Barrable really getting stuck in. You'd think he'd avoid all that sort of stuff when he's trying to get a championship together, but he loves a scrap, as do most of them. There was no real damage in that one. A lot of close racing, and absolutely fantastic to see. So well done to Phil Lawless for taking his first Z-Tech win in 2022. Jack Byrne, incredible stuff to come back into the class and guest and take 2nd place. Michael Barrable is 3rd, and Michael Barrable is the first ever back-to-back Fiesta Z-Tech champion. So great stuff from Michael Barrable. He's shaking hands with Jack Byrne there after that scrap, and great to see it. Then it was Keith Dawson and Ulick Burke in 5th place. Good day for Ulick on his return to the series. Let's have a look at the rookies and see how they fared. First rookie is Eduardo Gonzaga. He's going to take his 3rd win of the year in the rookies. From Cole McLaughlin, who takes 2nd. James Byrne is going to take 3rd, so that's your rookie podium. So great stuff. That's Eduardo Gonzaga for his 3rd rookie win of the year. James Byrne has dominated the rookie championship. James Byrne is the rookie champion. But Eduardo Gonzaga doing nicely there to take a rookie win. He'll be delighted with that one. Absolutely loves his motorsport. They were a Brazilian representative on the grid in 2022, so he takes the rookie win. But Michael Barrable is the champion, retains his title. Great to see it. He's done very well all year, but he hasn't had it easy, and a lot of handshakes going on down in the Park Ferme. Great to see it. But that was an absolute cracker of a race, and Phil Lawless, the man who gets the job done. There's Neil Murphy in shot right in the centre there. He'll be doing his presentations and photographs, no doubt. There's John Rock having a chat with Phil Lawless. Phil looks remarkably composed about the whole thing, doesn't he? Doesn't look too excited at all, but it was a great drive, and he'll be absolutely delighted. John Rock, very much part of Phil Lawless's team. He helps him out on race days, so they'll be delighted with that. The odd time they might do a bit of testing after 5 o'clock when the boss has gone home. So maybe that's where the extra few tenths came from. But that really was fantastic stuff. And it's great to see all these Fiesta C-Tech cars. And the rookies, the rookie championship was for the first season, your first season in racing. What we're going to do for next year is the top 3 in that championship go straight into the main championship. Everyone else stays a rookie. And anyone that joins the championship next year is a rookie. So the rookie championship has been massively popular. But there are some extra prizes today. There's driver of the day, there's best prepared car. There's actually driver of the race in both races from Klein Motor Factors. And there is best prepared from a valeting pack we've had at every race from the guys at Detailing Emporium. And champagne, of course, will be out shortly. So fantastic stuff once again. Great entertainment from those guys, really, really is. We'll be going to Boston in just a few minutes' time, so maybe we'll take a breath and have an ad break before we'll go and see some more action. We need to take a deep breath after that one and a swig of water. So well done to everybody involved, but especially to Phil Lawless, the winner, and to Michael Barrable, the new champion. This is one of the cars off. I think that's it's Mick Keogh, isn't it? Indeed it is. It's our winner from race 1. Who's off. I'm not sure how that happened, but that's pretty much where Eamon Matheson landed at race 1, but no, they can't move it. So for the second boss race in a row, it looks like we're going to have a delayed start. Yeah, red flags are out below me here, so they're not going to be able to start this race once again. So we'll give it just a couple of minutes before we get that car moved, and then we'll go back and come down through the grid for you and go through the order.
Every day is a chance to make this world your own. Just watch out for those you share it with. My world, my station, my music.
So we're back and we should be almost ready to go. But while we're getting ready to go, let's have a look. Let's have a look at the replay and see what happened as they came out the pit lane. More Boss Ireland antics. Let's have a look at this. Here we come out of the pit lane, released onto a green flag lap. Sylvie Mullins in front. Then it's Greenan. Then Aaron Cochran. Oh, just got on the power. Back let go. It's unusual. Straight off on the outside. Just stalled, so he couldn't get away, so no damage. So he's allowed to rejoin at the back of the grid. We're now heading away in a green flag lap. This is not the race. Green flag lap, but 2 green flag laps, so we could have run a race in between all that. But it's the second boss race we've had today with a big delay before the start. I'm not sure the officials will be over enamoured with that one because we're running very tight schedule today. I think the last race scheduled for 5:45. But we should be okay to go. Sylvie Mullins on pole. Cracking race early on. Great start from Michael Roach, and Sylvie Mullins caught him at the end but couldn't quite get by him on the run to the line. So even though the numbers were down, the racing was great. Sylvie Mullins in the Red Bull liveried Gould chassis. It's a hill climb chassis with a 4-litre Judd Formula 1 engine. It's got loads of straight line speed. It's not quite as nimble as you'll see as the Dallara Formula 3 cars. Jonathan Files' car the same, just can't really live with these. There's Jonathan Files. Always great entertainment. Jonathan Files, the black helmet in the Martini lookalike livery on that car. And Mark Reed, who's always great to watch at the Leastone 1000, Paul Heavy's little motorbike engine car. Beautiful looking little car. 5-second board is up, the red lights are on, they're out and away they go. And if Philby Mullins does enough to hang on to the lead, got a lot of wheel spin, and in fact Greenan got the nose ahead but looked across, it was too late. Look at Files looking for a cap. Oh, a big move down the inside by Aaron Cochrane, wheel to wheel, and drives Greenan wide and takes second place. Don't know what that means for the championship, I haven't had any communication on it, but I suspect Aaron Cochrane is looking good in this one. Philby Mullins leads though. Philby Mullins in the Red Bull livery car, looks fantastic. Look how quick the F3 car is. Here's Johnny Files. That's not an F3 car you're driving, Johnny. Get back. But he doesn't know that. He's having a real go. He's convinced he can have a go at these F3 cars. He's almost proving it right. He's up to third place. He's just got by Green, and here comes Roach from the back of the grid. But Jonathan Files on one of his traditional charges up through the grid. I hope Stephen Kelly's watching this one as they come out of the S's. And trying to have a go at Philby Mullins now is Aaron Cochrane. Files in third place. From the back of the grid, Mick Roach next up. Watch Files in a straight line. Can he get the traction out of the corner to have a go at the F3 car? That's his plan. He can, and here he comes, Jonathan Files. Kicking up dust, he takes second place. I did say earlier, when you add Jonathan Files to a race, you add excitement to a race, and that's exactly what we're getting here. I wonder, can he get up to Philby Mullins? He's nowhere near these guys in qualifying, but it's cold tyres and it's early days. He's just dispatched all the F3 cars, Johnny Files, and he's up to second place now, just out of shot, trying to close down the leader as they're out of turn 3. There he goes, he is closing down Philby Mullins. I wonder, can Jonathan Files pull off a big surprise here? Comes down into the S's again and closes down Philby Mullins. This is great stuff from Files, and Mullins on tiptoes here when he gets the car up to temperature. Files doesn't care. Through the second bit of the S's, he doesn't have the power though, does he? Philby Mullins just opens the throttle there and drives away, but Files closes him down on the brakes again. Jonathan Files once again giving us the Boss Ireland entertainment, and the car looks a bit better sorted than it used to. Mullins goes through. Files not too far behind in terms of straight line speed. Jonathan Files having a real go here. He looks strong, and that car's not slow in a straight line. All the two F3 cars locking wheels. Mick Roach trying to get around the outside of Aaron Cochrane there. Mick Roach driving so well today and having a real go at Cochrane. Philby Mullins' car very good through Campion Corner all the way down to turn 3, but look at Files just up the, don't have a look up the inside. He's thinking about it. He is thinking about it. Philby gives him a little bit of room. That's all he needs. They come back towards us. Files has the nose ahead on the outside. Jonathan Files surely leads. He does lead. Incredible stuff from Johnny Files. He's leading now through the S's, through the left and through the right, and beginning to ease away already. Out over the curbs, always committed, always spectacular. Can Philby Mullins go back at him on the straight? That's going to be Sylvie's plan, surely, as they come out of Southside Motor Factor's corner, laying down the rubber is Jonathan Files, but here comes the F1 engine on the outside. Files on the inside, Philby Mullins on the outside. Files, he locks it all up. No way is he letting him by, but he goes straight on. Sylvie does a switch back and takes it back. This is fantastic stuff. These lads think they're in Formula Fords. That's cost Jonathan Files a fair bit of time, but great stuff. Fantastic. Now here comes Files again, right up to Philby Mullins. It's not over yet by any chance, but I do think the Formula 3 car should be quicker around a lap. That said, the fastest lap is Jonathan Files at the moment, 51.5, and he certainly looks quicker than Philby Mullins, but we know Sylvie takes a lot of time to get that car up to temperature. I'm sure he doesn't want it to bite back before he starts pushing, but Jonathan Files, as we said before, doesn't really care. Aaron Cochrane closing them both up now, thinking of a look down the inside of Files. That's not going to happen. Johnny Files out onto the main straight again, laying the rubber down one way and then the other. A big drift from Jonathan Files coming out onto the main straight. This is fantastic stuff. Mullins, Files, Cochrane now. Mullins with fastest lap, 51.193, as he eases away from the sideways Jonathan Files, who's got Aaron Cochrane all over the back of him now. Files in a 1996 Lola T9650. Philby Mullins in the Gould, and then 1, 2, 3, 4 Delaras behind them. Aaron Cochrane really having a go at Jonathan Files here. And Mick Roach and Tony Greenan. Down into the long left-hander here. Through the second bit of the S's, great entertainment here. Jonathan Files hanging on. Looks quite, I'm almost afraid to say, he looked quite smooth and composed there coming through the S's. Files, he does tend to stand on the below pedal here and get sideways on the way out onto the main straight. Mullins goes by, Files goes by. Great F3 battle here between Mick Roach and Tony Greenan. That's the 4th and 5th place. Files matching Mullins that time round, 51.6. 3 tenths quicker than Aaron Cochrane on that occasion. Oh, and here's side by side now. Good run off Campion Corner. Allows Greenan to get the nose ahead, but commitment to let. Oh, when he's went out onto the grass on the outside there. Certainly ran out of room. I'm not sure if Mick Roach knew he was there, but certainly he had to back out of that one. He was almost off on the grass the outside. Files has got the leader again. Here he comes through the S's. This is an absolute cracker. And Sylvie Mullins will be going, not Jonathan Files, and looking in his mirrors. Files closes him down again. It's Mullins in the Red Bull Gould, and Files in the Martini Lola now out onto the main straight, and they're beginning to ease away from Cochrane. Files' car certainly running a lot better, and it looks a lot more manageable than we had seen it before. It certainly looked a little bit evil in previous races. The back is moving around quite a lot, but it looks more comfortable, less uncomfortable might be a better description of it. So it's Mullins, Files, Cochrane, Roach, Greenan. Mark Reed next up in the little Leastone, to 6th place. He's under pressure from Noel Robinson in the F3 car. There's Files again having a real go, so 1, 2, 3 together, and this Sylvie Mullins not being allowed to run away with it at all. Files with the hand in the air, problem for Jonathan Files. Such a shame, pulling off onto the grass. But he did give us great entertainment while he was out there. There certainly is no shortage of commitment with Jonathan Files, and that was absolutely fantastic to watch. Absolute shame that the car has stopped. He's pulled off the outside. He's absolutely fine with some sort of a mechanical problem with that car. But the car might be relieved because it really was getting a thrashing there. So now it remains to be seen if Aaron Cochrane can close down Sylvie Mullins. I suspect not, although they're similar enough in terms of lap times. Certainly in the previous race, Sylvie Mullins got faster as the race went on. But that was an absolute cracker from Jonathan Files. Great stuff to watch, and really was wringing the neck of that Lola. So Sylvie Mullins now in the lead. He's leading by a couple of seconds, 1.9 actually last time round. 8 minutes to go. 1.8, so a tenth quicker that time round. Gary Graham getting lap but staying well out of the way. Roach now and Greenan together. Still Greenan cannot get by Mick Roach. That back wing on the car certainly has transformed it. Well, Robinson going through there, matching the times of the leaders, but lost a lot of time early on. Greenan with a big effort right round the outside, but Gary Graham happens to be there. Graham, though, doing it all, as he has done all day, doing it all to perfection, staying way out of the way. But certainly that looked like it was going to be, and he's going to have another go here. He's beginning to try some very brave moves down into the S's. Greenan really wants to get by. There we go, Sylvie Mullins now. He's pulled away, but right through the last few corners. Cochrane was right with him. Watch this. Down at turn 3, they'll be together again. They're almost together now. Cochrane closes them down in the Gaswise car through turn 1, Max's turn 2 Campion, and out onto the back straight. This is where Sylvie is pretty strong, but watch when he comes through the first apex here, and watch the little Formula 3 car just come right up to the back of him. There we go. So much grip through the quick bit, and he's under the back wing, and there's more traffic coming. I think that's Tom Cochrane in front. I wonder will Tom help Aaron? Let's wait and see. I would say Sylvie is thinking the same thing as they come back towards us now, and they're going to catch him on the way up to the final corner, I think. Tom Cochrane now bearing down on him is Sylvie Mullins, and right with him is Aaron Cochrane. No, Tom stays out of the way. Down the inside they both go, and the big engine will keep Sylvie ahead now. Once he makes it out onto the main straight, he's relatively safe with 6 minutes to go in this one. So it's Mullins from Cochrane, from Tony Greenan, who's got ahead of Michael Roach in the background as they went by the start-finish line last time round. Then Noel Robinson, look at this again. Aaron Cochrane, high and wide, looking for a better run on the way up the hill. Sylvie Mullins not making any mistakes at all, though. Cochrane with a look down the inside. Sylvie Mullins out onto the main straight one more time. 4 minutes to go. Only 4 laps. Aaron Cochran going to have a rethink. Just it's very difficult to try and plan an attack when that car's so much quicker in a straight line. And when Sylvie is as composed as he is and experienced, he's not going to leave any gaps. So here again is where the F3 car is so much quicker, but you can motor up to the back of the car in front, but you're not really going to make a move stick unless you're a lot closer on the way down there. Tries to get a run on the way out. Sylvie manages to hold that one off, closes him down here again on the brakes. Looking to be quicker through the S's. Probably is slightly quicker through the S's, but Sylvie's good and late in the brakes. Big stab down the inside, but once again, Sylvie has it covered. And the big 4-litre F1 engine, the Judd, just powers away here out on the main straight. So Groundhog Day really for Aaron Cochran here. Is there anything he can do? He's having to go everywhere though. He's not giving up, is he? With 3 minutes 30 seconds to go in this one. Turn 2. The order now: Sylvie Mullins, Aaron Cochran, Tony Greenan. Tony Greenan was just set fastest lap of the race, 51.038. 1.2 seconds quicker than these two. There's Gary Graham. It's another lap put him on his. I think he's stuck in gear. I can hear him going by here. The car doesn't sound well at all. But certainly on a charge is Tony Greenan. How far back is he? Let's have a look. He's 9 seconds back. As these two go through, he's just coming around the S's. Sylvie out onto the main straight again. Aaron Cochran right with him. Let's see if the gap's any less. It should be. Here comes Greenan. Yeah, 8.5 seconds now, but we've just got 2.5 minutes to run, so that shouldn't change. This time he's not close enough to get right up to the back of him, so Sylvie beginning to pull away just a little bit. He's 3/10 quicker last time round. The flame spitting F3 car not getting close there, and he should be right with him there normally. On the run up the hill now, out of the S's and up to the final corner. And Sylvie doesn't have to defend, and he will of course ease away again here as he has done every lap so far. He comes out of the main straight. 51.4, 51.5, just a tenth quicker. The gap at 0.8 of a second. It was 8.5 seconds back to Tony Green, and let's see this time 8.1, another 4 tenths quicker, 51.1. Once again, Sylvie easing away at that part of the track. Cochran coming right back up to him. It must be frustrating when you can close up on someone in certain parts of the track that quickly, but you just can't have a go at them. Sylvie perhaps a little bit wide through the first bit of the S's, and Aaron Cochran as close as he's been as they come up the hill, and he has a look down the inside. He's got alongside. No, Sylvie closes the door at the last minute. I thought he had that one. Sylvie Mullins standing on the power, just hanging on to it there, but that was a legacy of Sylvie being a little bit wide at the first bit of the S's, and that compromised him through the second bit, and Cochran was quick enough to take a stab down the inside into Southside Motor Factor's corner. They're through Maxis now, through Campion, 52 seconds to go. So I think we will probably get another lap after this one, but it's Mullins, Cochran, Greenan. Greenan now 7 seconds the gap, 7 seconds dead. It was 9, it's down to 7. 51.2 last time around, a second quicker than these guys in front. So on a massive charge in third place is Tony Greenan. Will he catch them? I don't think so, but no, definitely not actually, but he is going really well. Still 7 seconds back. There's Mark Reed wringing the neck of the little 1 litre Leastone. The leader's coming round to him. This is it, final lap, 14 seconds to go. There's Greenan down into the final corner. Sylvie Mullins looking good though on this, the final lap. Former Hill Climb champion, has been racing Boss with many wins and a championship. He's a very successful circuit racer now, Sylvie Mullins, and as we said in the first race, his son Luca joining the Junior Mini Challenge next year. And his few laps around here a couple of weeks ago, he was pretty impressive, so There's a lot of sons and daughters of experienced racing drivers looking at that class for next year. And once again, Cochrane with a great run. Has a look up the inside. Sylvie just closes the door. It's a drag race down the line. The Red Bull should be a lot quicker. Red Bull liveried car, of course. And indeed it is. And Sylvie Mullins takes the win. He's delighted, hand in the air. Takes that win. Aaron Cochrane in second. The charging Tony Greenan with purple sector showing up takes third place, just 6.9 seconds behind them. So that's your 1, 2, 3. Mullins, Cochrane, Greenan. So there you go, Boss Ireland, Sylvie Mullins, Aaron Cochrane, Tony Greenan, Michael Roach, Noel Robinson, Mark Reid, Tom Cochrane and Gary Graham, the finishing order in that one. We'll be back in just a few minutes' time with the coffee to go, race 2 for the Fiesta STs. Meanwhile, let's have a quick commercial break.
Square left onto the out. Yeah, that's good. Good drive. Keep going. Keep going, keep going, keep going. Rev it up, rev it up. George, go, go, go. One right, immediately followed by a 5 right. Keep it left, keep it left, keep it left. Come on, come on, keep on, keep on. Keep on, keep on, keep on. Come on, come on, keep going, keep going, keep going.
Every day is a chance to make this world your own. Just watch out for those you share it with. My world, my station, my music.
So we're back, just 2 races still to run of the final round of the Digital Motorsports ICCR here at Mondello Park. These are the 2-litre Ford Fiesta STs, the faster of the Fiesta Championships. They're backed by the Dublin coffee chain, Coffee to Go. They've backed this series for the last 2 years. So it's Christopher Grimes Jr. going to start this one on pole position. He'll get off the line well. Auto testers always do. Eddie Peterson showed us that all year. Eddie Peterson is the champion of this class. He's had a fantastic year. And he is in the paddock, I'm told, somewhere, but he went really, really well all year. So congratulations to Eddie Peterson, who is the new Fiesta ST champion for 2022. Gordon Kellett will start alongside Christopher Grimes Jr., so age and experience on the front row. Then Cian O'Brien, young charger in the class, and Victor Cullen, the other young charger in the class, will start on row 2. Then on row 3, it's Phil Lawless and Max Turley. Max Turley, who looked like he was heading for a win. Apparently a massive brake failure is what happened on Michael Cullen's car. They're not sure what's wrong. They're going to diagnose it and find out, but there were no brakes. You could see that when we went on board with him. We saw him struggling with his right foot and then grabbing the handbrake to try and stop the car, but couldn't manage it. Then it's Shane McBride, Chris Jones, Christopher Grimes Sr. Shows Michael Cullen on the grid. Of course, he's not there, and Trevor Farrar. Getting ready to go. Oh, a little bit of a messy start there, but our Churchdown Motor Company car leads away. Christopher Grimes Jr. Beautiful start from him. Gordon Kellett has dropped back just a little bit, and Victor Cullen down the outside of the brakes. Victor Cullen almost round the outside for the lead, certainly up to second place. Gets round Gordon Kellett. Can he hold him off for turn 2? I think he can. He can. Victor going nicely. And in fact, somebody up over the inside curve. It's probably Max Turley. It is Max Turley. Max Turley up to 4th place. Look at Shane McBride. I did say we expected some antics from Shane. He was very quick on his debut in this class. He didn't go that well in race 1. He's right in the mix in race 2. The Dundalk man. Cian O'Brien with a bad start. Not like him in the black car, the ProTune car there. Back they come towards us now, and it's still Grimes. Victor Cullen looking down the outside. Max Turley looking down the outside as well. And Max Turley round the outside of Gordon Kellett. Phil Lawless looking to get round Gordo as well. Easier said than done. Gordon Kellett, hugely experienced and a master of defence here at Mondello Park. The Minister of Defence he used to be known as at Mondello Park. He's so good at defending. But Lawless tries down the outside, doesn't come up on that occasion. Turley tries to get up the inside, loads of traction. Oh, and he comes into contact with Victor Cullen. The two young guns together, everybody else on the brakes. Cian O'Brien goes through, Shane McBride goes through. And around went Victor Cullen, and around went Max Turley. Victor gets it into gear and drives, but there's a lot of damage to the front of that car, unfortunately. Driving away Max Turley, trying to get going, but big damage there. Here's Victor Cullen coming through, but locked back wheel on Turley's car. And he knows they're waving at him to come in, but he's just giving the wave. He's seen that. He knows exactly what the story is, and I'm sure he's going to pull in. So, all action there. Turley got that traction off the corner, got up the inside. Victor went to close the door. Turley was already there. We've seen it happen before at Mondello Park, and it just upset the car in front, and that sent them into the barrier, and they both went around. It's such a shame. But that leaves us. Have we got it? Are we still running? We are still running. Okay, I was expecting a safety car. Good stuff. Well, that gives a massive lead to Christopher Grimes Jr. and Cian O'Brien up to second place, and his usual sparring partner right with him. That's having started right at the back is Trevor Farrar. So this is good stuff. We are still going. That's first, second, and third. Then it's Phil Lawless. Then it's Shane McBride. So some guys going to get a go at the podium here. They're not used to it. Some of the less experienced drivers, but Grimes Jr. way out in front. Farrar's got by Cian O'Brien. Then it's Lawless. Then blocking the backs is Shane McBride. Then Gordon Kellett. Is that Victor Cullen still going? No, it's not. It's Chris Jones and Christopher Grimes, senior. So I think the other cars will surely have come in the back gate. I don't see them out on track anywhere, just having a look out the window here, but certainly on the screen, this is the battle for second place. Trevor Farrar prepares the car with his dad and always goes well. Very much a privateer, as we say, doesn't run with a team. There's the car behind is Mickey O'Brien, owns O'Brien Motorsport and ProTune, and that's young Keane O'Brien in the car. He's progressed really well this year. So Siobhan Woods and Sean Woods again have something to shout about, because their man Brian Berry took a win earlier, and they might get a podium in the Fiesta STs as well from their local man, almost a neighbour in Dromiskin. So Siobhan will be loving this one. My phone will beep in about 10 seconds because of that now. There's Phil Lawless, who's fresh from a win in the Z-Tex, going nicely, and he's in 4th place in this one. Lawless could be one worth watching. Trevor Farrar with fastest lap. No, Lawless with fastest lap. Phil Lawless has fastest lap now, and he's closing down that battle in second place. Farrar and O'Brien. In fact, Christopher Grimes Jr. not showing great pace out front. That was a slow lap, a 7.2, 6.4 for Farrar, 6.7 for. So here's this battle for second place coming down. And Phil Lawless definitely closing them down, as we said, fastest lap for him last time round. Keane O'Brien looking quite quick as well. Before Phil Lawless catches them up, maybe let's go back and have a look at what happened with our new replay system here from See It Live. Here we go. Turley gets the traction, gets up the inside. It's arguable, isn't it? It's the very back of Victor's car, so you can see what happened there. I don't think intentional from either of them, but certainly Turley was trying to get up the inside. Victor was closing the door and was almost all the way ahead, so I'm sure both could argue that one. It's very unfortunate. Two of the young chargers that would have been on very well today. However, it's given us a chance for some other people to get the limelight today, because Christopher Grimes Jr. leads this one from Trevor Farrar and Keane O'Brien, and Keane O'Brien has just set the fastest lap in the O'Brien Motorsport car, 6.1. Closing down Trevor Farrar. Phil Lawless doing a 6.4, so Keane quicker by 0.3 than Phil Lawless. He needs to get by here if he's going to try and catch the leader. The leader's done a 6.9, so he's speeded up a little bit, but 0.8 faster than him is the O'Brien Motorsport car in 3rd place, and he gets into the apex and gets a cleaner run, and that gives him the drive up out of turn 3 to try and get alongside Trevor Farrar, which is exactly what he does. Down into the S's, Keane O'Brien on the outside, Trevor Farrar on the inside. These two have had some fantastic battles all year long. Keane doesn't try and sit down the outside, he gets it tucked in behind him, which means he's quicker. Sean Woods will be nodding at this. He's quicker through the second bit of the S's. He's using his head, and that gives him the run on the way up the hill, and that lets him up the inside, and that gives him second place. And that took 3 corners, that move. That young man using his head there. Great stuff from Keane O'Brien. Up to second place, and wonder can he catch the leader. It's Grimes Jr., it's Keane O'Brien, it's Trevor Farrar, it's Phil Lawless, Shane McBride, Gordon Kellett, Chris Jones and Christopher Grimes Sr. So great stuff from this young man. He's up to second place, and I think he might have the pace to close down the leader here. We'll watch the times when they go by next time round. But certainly Keane O'Brien, like Victor Cullen, he's progressed so well this year, and he really is on a charge here, up to second place. Now that was a super move, never even bent in a wing mirror, a bit like the junior mini battle. We love to see it at Mondello Park. Good hard battle, but no contact at all. He gets into the apex, gets on the bar up the hill, and this is good stuff from young Keane O'Brien. Christopher Grimes Jr. doing well out front, but I suspect O'Brien has more pace and he can close down that Churchtown Motor Company car. Here he comes down into the S's. He gets the car turned in beautifully. You can sense by looking at it that he's got a good feel for the car. Grimes right out to the outside. Great start from him. Plenty of experience in auto testing, of course, as indeed his father and uncle have, as we said earlier, both champion auto testers. Phil Lawless still closing in on them a little bit, but I think O'Brien is the one. Has Grimes Jr. reacted? Let's see. Yeah, 6.9. Oh, 6.1 for Keane O'Brien, 0.8 faster, 0.8 faster than the leader that time round, and the gap down to 1.6 seconds, and we still have 8 minutes to go. This is fantastic stuff. Here they are now, heading out towards turn 3, and that's some gap to have built up in a couple of laps. He really is on a charge here. I'm not sure where Mickey O'Brien is watching this one from, but he'd be up on his tiptoes with the head bent forward. Absolutely loving this. So, Phil Lawless looking a bit racy there for Trevor Farrar for the final step on the podium. Phil will have a VIP pass to the podium if this keeps up. He's having a great weekend, Phil Lawless. I think Christopher Grimes Jr. has reacted slightly. He's dipped into the sixes. He needs to go quicker than that again, though. Certainly you can see Cian O'Brien coming up to him. 7 minutes to go. Gets good and late in the brakes and upsetting the back of the car. With those hazards flashing when he gets hard on the brakes. That's something to do with the ECU on these cars. It was happening to them all the first and second year of the series, but most of them have had it removed somehow. Phil goes to the inside for Ard and refuses to be flapped by that at all. Let's have a look at the lap times. 6.6. He does go quicker, Christopher Grimes, but 0.2 quicker again is Cian O'Brien, and the gap at 1.3 seconds now. Going in a little bit too quick, and that won't help his front tyres as Ferrar and Phil Lawless gets to one side, back to the other side, looking to get that run off Campion corner. If you get wheel spin there at all in a front wheel drive car, you'll pay for it. All the way down here to turn 3 to the double apex right hander now. Phil Lawless trying hard, but Ferrar doing nicely here in second place. Grimes Jr. has definitely reacted. There's no chunks being taken out of him anymore. It's just a couple of tenths here and there, and just 6 minutes 27 to go. But I do suspect that somebody is going to get their first Fiesta ST win today, which is always fantastic, especially at the end of the season. Ferrar doing really nicely in the Ferrar Motors car. Partsforcars.ie also helping him out there. Look, he's closer this time again. Visibly closer is Cian O'Brien. Out they come onto the main straight. We'll watch the clocks again when they go by. A 6.6 and a 6.4 were their lap times last time round. 6.9 and 6.6, another 0.3 of a second, and the gap is at 1.088 for the lead. So he's still closing him down a few tenths a lap. He'll be almost at him at the end of the next lap. Good battle for second place as well with Phil Lawless. Once again, Trevor Ferrar's car understeering a little bit and going very wide on the exit of turn 1 there, but he seems to get out of turn 1 well. It doesn't really cost him time as they come through turn 2, which it normally would. Phil Lawless not having any answers at this stage, probably a little bit tired himself. His 4th race of the day. Phil Lawless. Ferrar would love a podium, of course, as would his dad. Cian O'Brien still getting there, but just about, isn't he? Christopher Grimes has reacted well to this one. Grimes Jr. Battle for second still there, but I think there's going to be a challenge for the lead coming up soon. Both using all the road on the way out of the S's now. And Grimes a little bit to the inside, doesn't go full outside line. That's going to compromise him. That means they'll be together on the exit. And they pretty much are as they come down the main straight. So Grimes leading from Cian O'Brien with 0.3 of a second is the gap there, but we don't need a stopwatch. Here it is, the game on. Down the inside, defending goes the Churchtown Motor Company car of Grimes. And right behind him, but beginning to understeer a little bit as well as Cian O'Brien. Both through turn 2 together. This is good stuff from both of these young men. It's a big, big day for them. Being broadcast live, and at the last ICCR meeting of the year, someone going to get their first win of the year. You'll never ever get an easy win in Fiesta ST. Since the championship was introduced, there's always been an abundance of talent, and it's always been really difficult to get a win. And one of these two young men, I feel, is going to get a win today, barring catastrophe. They come back towards us now. Grimes Jr., 4 minutes to go in this one. O'Brien closing him down. They both get the cars turned in beautifully, no mistakes from anybody. Through the S's, second gear into third gear. Although some of them hold third gear all the way through there, right out to the outside again. And once again he has to defend, and O'Brien makes sure he has to defend, sends him over there and then back to the outside to try and get that run on the way out. He knows exactly what he's doing, but the leader's not being ruffled by this at all. Christopher Grimes Jr. is a cool character, and he's not getting, look, he's just looking in the mirror once and then grabbing third gear. He's not stuck to the mirrors, he's not over defending. Centre of the road is what you've got to do, and that's exactly what he's doing. So Cian O'Brien has caught him, he's done really well, he's very quick, and he's driving the car beautifully. He's got to think of something here that will get him by, and once again I think I see that little bit of understeer on that car as he goes through turn 1, through the dip down into Campion corner, turn 2, and they head out towards turn 3 with 3.5 minutes to go. Through the first apex now, they're not getting the cars upset at all, neither of them, just easing up to the back of him on the brakes. Get right into that inside curb and gets a good run up, and he's right on the back, a tailgate now of Christopher Grimes Jr. car. Cian O'Brien, two of the young guns here in the class, down into the S's. Has a look around the outside, but he'll come back to the inside. He does that every time. Oh, Sean Woods will be approving of that one again. Great stuff, using the head, and that gives him a great run on the way out now. Third gear, and Grimes sees it coming and moves to the inside early because he knows the black car is coming at him. And now he gets up the outside on the brakes. If he could do something similar here and get back to the inside, that's what he's trying to do, and get up the inside, but no way. Grimes sees it coming and he tries to go back to the outside. So Grimes knows exactly what's happening here, and this is a great battle for the lead as the two Fiesta STs go through with 2.5 minutes to go here. So Christopher Grimes, very much a cool customer up front and refusing to be rattled by the advances of Cian O'Brien. O'Brien certainly looks quicker, but he's going to have to do something special, I think, to get it here. He did try very, very hard through the S's, and we've seen a number of people today at this ICCR meeting using the S's for the final corner to make it work at Southside, or even to make Southside work for the first corner, thinking a few corners ahead. It looks like that's what Cian O'Brien is doing, but Christopher Grimes knows exactly what he's doing as well. So here they come. They've had a good education this year in this class. They're both fighting it for a really, really big win here. They're coming back towards each other again. They're staying apart, haven't had any contact, having a look down the outside. Let's see him get turned back in across the back of that car, and that makes him so quick on the way out. Here we go. We can see the run again as the O'Brien Motorsport car catches up on the Churchtown Motor car as they come out of the S's and heading up towards the final corner. And once again, down the outside goes O'Brien, looking for a quicker exit. He should get a quicker exit this time, but I don't think he's going to get up the inside. He almost does, but not quite. And that forces Grimes to go over and defend, get to the barrier before the black car gets between him and the barrier. With 1 minute 29 seconds to go now. Grimes down the inside. O'Brien high and wide on the outside. The Pro-Tune car. Through Campion Corner, Lawless up to third place, but not making any inroads on these two young men. They're very impressive, both of them. Whoever gets this win will really deserve it now. 1 minute 11 to go. They'll get another lap after this one. Cian O'Brien closing down again at turn 3. Well, clean run by both of them there, and no advantage gained really as they come back up the hill, second gear into third. This is where Cian O'Brien gets all his momentum from. He goes wide here, comes right across and does get to the apex, and that just makes him slightly quicker. What's he going to do with the momentum? He's going to try and get up the inside of the S's. He's got up the inside of the S's, or has he? He's very, very close. Grimes sees it coming. There's mutual respect here, I think. They're not leaning on each other, but I think if he was a bit more forceful, he might have been able to get the nose up the inside, but it wouldn't have been pretty. And this way he's going to get the nose up the inside again. He's certainly got better mid-corner grip. He's getting high and wide on the entrance. He really is piling it on. He's got to. This is it. 2 kilometres to go. Down into Max's corner for the last time. One of these young men is going to take their first ever Coffee to Go Fiesta ST win. Grimes up front has not looked rattled at all, whereas Cian O'Brien is trying all sorts of tricks. Great stuff from these two young men as they go through the Campion Corner absolutely together. Down towards turn 3 now. Once again, Cian O'Brien tries to close him down, but no heroics, no locked wheels. Gets the car settled, gets it turned in. Checkered flag is ready below us. It's going to be one of these young men, but both will stand on the podium. Here they come down into the S's Bridgestone corner. Once again, high and wide. And again, he should be a little bit quicker on the way up the hill, but what does he do with the momentum? This is good stuff from both of them now, containing him well and holding the centre of the road for the last time. He goes fully defensive this time. Cian O'Brien tries to go up the outside. Grimes should get a good run here, but O'Brien is going to sit round the outside and try that run. Doesn't make it. It's a drag race to the line. It's going to be very, very close. Cian O'Brien pulls out, but it looks like the Churchtown Motor Company car. Chris Grimes takes it just about. What a race from Cian O'Brien in second place, and both of those young men can be very, very proud of that drive. Absolutely fantastic to watch, and to put Phil Lawless away is pretty impressive stuff. That will be your podium. Christopher Grimes Jr., Cian O'Brien and Phil Lawless. Absolutely fantastic action from the Coffee to Go Fiesta STs all the way to the checkered flag. Our new champion is Eddie Peterson. Well done, Eddie Peterson. But to those two young men, absolutely fantastic. Well done. That was really, really impressive stuff. And I think that will give them a great boost over the winter. And we'll see them running right at the front of that class back next year. But really, really good stuff. There they go. That's the Churchtown Motor Company car of Christopher Grimes Jr. taking his first Fiesta ST win, and only just from young Cian O'Brien in the Pro-Tune car. And then Phil Lawless comes in third place, having won the second Zetec race. There's the Ferrari Motors car of Trevor Ferrari. Shane McBride coming through. Gordon Kellett next up, and then Chris Jones. So great entertainment for Fiesta STs there. So we'll have the legends next out for their last race of the day, and in fact, our last race of the day as well, to finish off the ICCR season from 2022. Paul O'Brien giving us all the information. Jeff Richardson is the champion. The rookie title is about Scott Jackson, Anthony Malone, Lee Malone and Richard Spence. He told us that earlier. And what he said now is Scott Jackson just needs to finish this next race to win the rookie title. Peter Barrowell says he's going to try and break the lap record, which is 102.689 from Jeff. That's Jeff Richardson from April this year. So great stuff. Keep an eye on that. Peter Barrowell obviously very, very happy with his car and going nicely. So we'll see how that one goes.
Behind you, because I'm not going to stop them.
So legends out on track for their warm-up lap. The BMW Ireland safety car out in front of them. Rolling start as ever from these motorbike engine cars. Richard Spence, Lee Malone, Anthony Malone, Derek Hogan, Scott Jackson, Declan Burke, Gordon Brown, Seamus Ryan, Greg Richardson, Peter Barrowell, Sebastian and Claude next up are two visitors. So they were starting at the back, but they were very quick in race 2, so watch out for them. Peter Barrowell is the most dangerous man here, but Greg Richardson right beside him, very, very quick as well. They started right at the back. They were mid-grid in both of them, so they're kind of almost at the back, second last row. So watch out for Peter Barrowell and his familiar jink to the right or left as he reacts to the lights going green. You come down here, the race might not start. Basically, you can't go until Fergus Brennan, the starter, is happy with them and he flicks the lights to green and then they can go. But watch Peter Barrowell, 22, the Daedlow yellow car on the right-hand side. Away they go. He's across the bows of Richardson already and up to through the row in front of him. Let's see where he comes out of the first corner. Gordon Brown, Derek Hogan down the outside of everybody. Oh, Barrowell gets boxed out. Interesting stuff. Derek Hogan going nicely. I think he's going to lead this one out of Campion Corner. He is. Derek Hogan leads. Derek Hogan going nicely. Declan Burke, that is, next up. And then it's number 18, which is Richard Spence. In third place, Gordon Brown looking for a run around the outside, and there's one of the Belgian visitors down the inside of Peter Barable. So Barable back a place. Claude Watien there down the inside. Barable goes back at him though, trying to put manners on the visitor down into the S's. Not working out for Peter Barable. He's been leading both races early on by the end of lap 1. But, well, it wasn't by the end of lap 1, but he was right up there by the end of lap 1. Whereas this first lap hasn't really gone to plan as Derek Hogan defends now from an attack from number 46, Declan Burke, as they come out onto the main straight. Derek Hogan will be loving this as he leads the Legends now to start lap 2. And Burke and Malone, Greg Richardson, Richard Spence, Peter Barable, Claude Watenya, Gordon Brown, Sebastian, Scott Jackson and Lee Malone, the order as they went by us. No Seamus Ryan. Oh, one of our visitors tangling there. That's so unfortunate. That's 26, Claude Watenya, who went so well in race 2 I should say. He's no damage and he rejoins, but he's right at the back of the field, so maybe we'll see another charge from him, considering he charged up through the field so well in race 2. Richardson getting sideways there on the outside. Where's Peter Barable? There he is, right in that battle as well. So Barable now up to 4th place. I thought he was way back. He's up to 4th now, Peter Barable, on a charge around the outside of Richardson. A little bit hard to see the numbers on one or two of these cars. But Richardson returns the compliment and goes round the outside of Barable at the second bit of the S's. Certainly that silver car in front of both of them, I'm struggling a little bit with. I'll catch him as he goes by the start finish line. Barable in over the white line, having to back out of that one. Anthony Malone, that is. Can't see a number on that car. Peter Barable now having to think again, because Malone goes in really late in the brakes. 44 it is. Locks the fronts there, goes a little bit wide, and that slows Peter Barable once more. So Barable with a lot of work to do, which probably means a lot of entertainment for us with 7 minutes 28 seconds to go. Ironically enough, Barable just did the fastest lap of the race. Car number 22 did a 104.341, the leader on a 5 dead. 7/10 quicker than the leader. He's got to get by 44 again though, Anthony Malone, who's not going to hand it over without a fight. He's got a run at him. He's gone down the outside. Barable, has he done enough? Leaves him room on the inside, and that should give him the inside for the second bit. Yes, it doesn't though, does it? Malone's not short of commitment or bravery. He sits right round the outside. Richardson has caught the 2 leaders, but they're not going to hand it over either. Everybody's having a good go here. Barable's got by, and that puts him up to 4th place. Brings one of the visitors with him. That's which one is that? Sebastian, I think it is. Indeed it is. Yeah, it is. Fastest lap for him too, and he's up to 5th place. I think Barable probably has a fastest lap in him if he could get a clear lap. Richardson trying round the outside of Declan Burke now at turn 2. I think he's gone round the outside. He has. It's a day for it. Campion Corner really is a place to watch this weekend. There's a lot of moves around the outside of Campion Corner. We haven't seen that before at turn 2. Barable down the inside now of Burke into 3rd place. Richardson in 2nd. Hogan doing well to hang on here, but he's got 2 big hitters behind him. Derek Hogan 63, they're quicker than him through the S's clearly there, but he knows and goes to the inside to defend. The Pink Panther down the inside. Barable tries to follow him. Richardson goes right around the outside. Thank you very much, but it's not over just yet. Hogan comes back at him and doesn't give him a whole lot of room on the exit, just to cause him to struggle a bit for traction. Hogan on the inside still leads, and Barable now has got up the inside of Richardson. But Richardson surely go as late as he can on the brakes. He does, but Barable on the inside, and Barable's up to 2nd place from nowhere. Peter Barable on a charge here. Can he make it 3 wins out of 3? Don't bet against it. Fastest lap, Peter Barable, 1 minute 3.380. It's nowhere near lap record pace, but let's see how he fares if he can get by Derek Hogan. Hogan and Barable absolutely together there. Go through the first bit of turn 3 with 5 minutes 11 to run in this one. Hogan goes a bit wide. Barable gets the run. He's already ahead. He should be able to sit around the outside of the first bit of the S's. Here they come, Barable and Hogan. Derek Hogan tries to go back at him. He does go back at him down the inside. Barable leaves him plenty of room, but sits around the outside. But Hogan doesn't want to hand this away at all and takes it back at the second bit of the S's. This is great stuff from Derek Hogan. Really is messing with the big boys here as they come out of the S's and up towards the final corner. Barable again up the inside. Hogan says, I don't think so. Slams the door. 2 cars down the outside of Barable. So Derek Hogan, the cork in the bottle here as they come out onto the main straight, but he has led 4 laps of this race and led them well as he goes by Hogan, Richardson, Barable, Burke, Sebastian right in there too, one of our visitors. Imagine that in the lead group on his first visit to Mondello Park. He's down the inside of Burke, looking for 4th place. Burke gets sideways. Sebastian should be able to sit around the outside. That's what he's trying to do. Doesn't quite make it on that occasion, but Barrable going for the lead down the outside of Derek Hogan now at turn 3. Nope, doesn't. Has to back out of it. So he needs Hogan to miss the apex here or get a bad exit, and for him to get a good exit. Hogan does go a little bit wide. Barrable gets right into the apex and gets the run, but we know Derek Hogan's late on the brakes down into the S's. Here they come. Barrable on the outside with the nose ahead, but Hogan has that crucial inside line, and he holds him off again. Barrable tries to sit around the outside, but no. He's not going to make it there. And Richardson now coming back up onto Barrable's back bumper as they come out of the S's and up towards the final corner. Southside Motor Factors, 3 minutes 42 seconds to go. Hogan still leads it. Hanging on well here. This time Barrable so late in the brakes on the outside, but Hogan matching him inch for inch. 63 on the inside. Barrable tries to sit around the outside to get the run at turn 2, but it's not enough. Richardson now having a go at Barrable. Hogan still hangs on out front. This time Barrable right with him. In fact, bumper to bumper on the way down to turn 3. Backs out of it there at the first bit of turn 3. 63 Hogan driving beautifully. This is his best race in Legends by a long way, but he's got in a bit deep. That allows him to go very wide, allows Barrable to get well ahead. Now he's fought this one back a couple of times, but I think the job is done surely here. Barrable's done enough, he has. Barrable's in front. Now this is what we've waited to see. Let's see if he can pull away and see if he can go for this lap record, or his tyres past their best at this stage of the race. He's already done 6 laps. It's just 2 minutes 40 to go. Oh, Hogan goes uber defensive. That allows Barrable to take a full racing line. He should come out quicker. He does. Hogan out to the outside, but still managing to get back across to the inside. And Richardson now in trouble from Sebastian. That is one of our visitors. So Sebastian going beautifully and right there, looking like he might be in with a chance of a podium here. But Derek Hogan, man of the match here. Great stuff from him. Barrable begins to ease away. Let's see what lap time he can do. He wants to try and have a go at the lap record, which is 62.689. Might be a bit late in the day in this race to do it, but let's see. Hogan again a little bit wide, but he still carries the speed out of that corner well when he does that. Side by side now back to the S. Oh, there's contact. That's a shame. Just a little bit of a territorial dispute. They're both bogged down. No, they're not both bogged down. Hogan can keep going. He rejoins. Richardson's bogged down now. That's going to be at the best a safety car. Just 1 minute 30 to go. The boys were folding up the flags below us. They're going to have to go rooting for the red flag now, I think. Here comes Peter Barrable. Maybe not. No, he's out of the car. Maybe that the officials are happy enough with that for 1 lap. Fastest lap, Peter Barrable, 2:5.92. That's the lap record, is it? It is. It's a new lap record for Peter Barrable. There we go. Let's watch him going around the track. Peter Barrable out of nowhere. 1 lap is all it took him. 1 lap for a new lap record. Peter Barrable, incredible stuff. He looks like he's going to take 3 wins and a lap record here at Mondello Park. So very, very impressive stuff from Peter Barrable. It's a great day for the Barrables. Michael Barrable taking back-to-back Fiesta Z-Tech titles. Peter Barrable taking 3 wins and a new lap record here at Mondello Park as he comes round the S's through the left-hander, then through the right-hander. So 62.5 now the new lap record for Legends. On the brakes up to the final corner. Checkered flag is ready below us. No, we're going to let it go for 1 more lap. 20 seconds to go. Yeah, a bit slower that time around. He backed out of it, I think, because the wave's yellows. So Derek Hogan rejoining. Just came in to get checked. I think waving Barrable by there. It's a shame for Derek Hogan. He's driven beautifully, but still right in the mix there. He can take that one home, can't he? And he'd be very proud of his performance. He's been moving up the grid as the year went on. Top rookie last year, I think. Barrable again out over the curbs. Down towards checkered flag for the last time of the year. The Digital Motorsports ICCR is ready below us. Here comes Barrable, distinctive sound of the motorbike engine Legends. Big drift from Barrable right out to the edge of the track. Great day for the Barrables, great day for Peter Barrable. Win number 3 for Peter Barrable. Great stuff from him. And it's going to be Sebastian second. It is indeed. Great stuff from him. It's a lovely result for the visitors. Great drive by Declan Burke. He's gone well all day to complete the podium. Just about from Gordon Brown. Claude Watanya then in 5th place. Then Scott Jackson and Anthony Malone go through absolutely together. And it's a battle between Richard Spence and Lee Malone right up to the last corner. Spence defending there, Malone trying to get a run on him. There's nothing in it as they come down to the flag. Yeah, Spence hangs on to it from Malone. Derek Hogan is in the pits, it says, still to get to the flag. He would be 10th, but I'm not sure if he's still out on track. So that's the end of it. Peter Barrable takes 3 wins in the Irish Legends class. Great racing from them all year long. Someone decided to do a few donuts out there, I'm sure. Speaking of donuts, they might be invited for tea and donuts with the clerk of the course. It's not a usual celebration in circuit racing. We see it in Rallycross. But speaking of which, we're back here at Rallycross. Got Job Fest coming up, of course, very shortly in Mondello Park. And then we're back with the Irish Rallycross Championship back here on the 31st of October. Plenty of action in that one, so more stuff to come. But great racing all day long. Well done to all our winners and, of course, all of our champions. List all the champions because I won't know them all, will I? Well, that's it, ladies and gents, the ICCR, the Digital Motorsports ICCR 2022. It's given us great entertainment on Mondello Park. I hope you enjoyed it as much as we did here in the commentary box, and the people at Circuit did. Great to be able to live stream it again, with thanks to the Beacon Hospital, of course, and well done to the guys from See It, guys and ladies from See It Live. Great job, and wonderful coverage all year. Great to see the comments coming in, all the people watching it. The racing has been absolutely fantastic all year. Really good racing, especially today, which is kind of fitting to end the season off. But to all our new champions, I'm not going to name them all, but a few of them are crowned here today, of course. Michael Barrable in that hectic Z-Tech race. It was absolutely fantastic to see that one. Peter Barrable managed to get his 3 wins in the Legends class and get a new lap record, which is what he set out to do. Eddie Peterson was here today. He's got the Fiesta ST championship. Johnny Taylor won the Strikers, of course, and many, many more. We'll have a look. We'll list them all off. We'll have a look at Mondello's social media. Keep an eye on ICCR. We'll find out who all the champions were. And, of course, we'll be putting up some footage tonight as well. You can watch this footage back on the ICCR Facebook page or on YouTube on the ICCR channel. But the ICCR social media team have been working hard all season long, giving us great video clips, interviews, stuff like that. They've been doing that all weekend, yesterday and today. More of that will be going up, but absolutely fantastic stuff from the ICCR. Thanks very much to the sponsors, to Digital Motorsport, to the Beacon Hotel, to Mondello Park, to Motorsport Ireland, to all of our officials, and especially to our marshals, because it was a lovely day today for our marshals and our rescue team, and they did a great job. But some of the days weren't quite as nice as this, and they're still out there in all weathers. We couldn't go racing without them, so thanks very much to our wonderful marshals. And we'll be back. We've got loads more stuff coming up here at Mondello Park, so keep checking mondello.ie. There's Rallycross, there's Jap Fest, there's loads of activities down here. There are driving activities available. But we'll be back racing in April next year with a new calendar and some new surprises for that already in line. But we'll be rallycrossing here in a couple of weeks' time, and we will have Jap Fest, as we said, in a week's time. So we'll see you soon back here at Mondello Park.
Square left onto the Yeah, that's good. Good driving. Keep going. Keep going, keep going, keep going. Rev it up, rev it up. George, go, go, go. One right, immediately followed by a 5 right. Keep it in, keep it in, keep it in. Come on, keep on, keep on, keep on. Keep on, keep on, keep on. Come on, come on, keep going, keep going, keep going.
Every day is a chance to make this world your own. Just watch out for those you share it with. My world, my station, my music.